one. And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. The shirt is back. How long for? That is the question. Welcome along, Tom. I'm remaining rather calm. How are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous for this because it's a weird feeling this season to come into a game feeling a little bit more confident than usual, right, Chris? It's almost like, well, what's going to go wrong now, because we've had a bit of a season like it, right? But yeah, what a game we got today against a team that's really in bad form. Earlier in the season, they've been in up and down form, but this time it kind of feels like they're in a bit of a rut. It's set up a bit too nicely for us today, this, isn't it? Especially after the Bristol City result.
Exactly. I'm going to say hi to Simon, who got in early. And he said he wanted to get in really early. Must build on a good performance on Tuesday. I literally cannot believe who is playing again. I think this says cagey first half, says Clibo. Gray says, good afternoon. Football fans today I'm quietly confident. Jim's in the house. Hello, Jim. He'll be joining us at half time. Nice to see you, Jim. He's there. Everybody saying hello to everybody else. And Andreas is in. Andy, mate, how are you doing? And then, like I say, everybody's been very friendly to everybody else as well. Look, we can't beat around the bush. Oxford United 1, Charlton Athletic 0.
Yeah, they're still in this run of resurgence, aren't they, Chris? I mean, but it's interesting just to slightly bring it back to today. QPR on 47 points. And when I was looking, obviously, for the other shows we've been doing about the points you're going to need to stay up, this is probably going to be a year where you're going to need 51 plus points to stay in the division potentially. So maybe we could drag QPR into it, and Oxford and West Brom and ourselves are going to make it more of a relegation battle party almost.
Yeah, well, it could be. I mean, if Oxford stay up and Rowett takes Leicester down, could be interesting. But, I mean, it brings Oxford up to 41. They played a game more than QPR, obviously. Charlton are losing at the moment as well to Middlesbrough, so they're down there with us as well. And I've got to say, we'll come on to the team in a minute. And for those of you, don't be fooled by my nice easygoing demeanour today. Inside I am raging, but I don't want to rage too much because I did last week and then we went and won the game. But we're at home against a team that's probably in the worst form of anybody. We can't be cagey in the first half. We've got to go for it, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I mean, I was like you at the start of the last episode, and I was right that you called out for it at the end of the episode, and that there were certain selections in the team that I was going, oh, I'm not very sure. But And I think there's a few of them that may have crossed over into this week's team selection as well. But I don't know, Chris. I mean, I think the good thing is that Gary's obviously got into them, and we're seeing a freshness in players who probably have that little bit of that historic stagnation about them as well, right? So, look, I'm going to come in with soft palms, as I say today, and go, I'm not actually angry about potentially any of the team selection, which we're going to get into in a minute, but there's still one or two things we want to question, isn't there? No doubt.
There is, and like I say, I was sick last weekend. I ate that much humble pie, and so I'm going to sort of reserve judgment at the moment, because maybe it's one of these situations where the manager does actually know more than you and me.
Well, I think there's that thing where we've been saying what happens on the training pitch versus the actual game. And this season, we've seen a lot of times there hasn't been a good translation of what the picks have been versus what must be happening on the training pitch. But I do think under Rowett, we've seen in the last few games that progression. We've seen newer things happening and the freshness we've needed in this team for a long time, Chris. So I think that's something to take from it.
It is. And I mean, look, Ruud van Nistelrooy always used to say, like, well, they didn't do this on the training field. And I didn't give a fucking shit what they do on the training field, because however good they are on the training field, if they don't produce that on the pitch after one game, you question it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's when the lights are on you. That's when the pressure's really on. And it's been harder for us at home recently as well, obviously, with other things going on and all the rest of it. And I think there's a nice separation between protests going on today again versus what will be happening inside the stadium. I think the away fans have been utterly incredible for us as well, Chris, the last few games. That has definitely made a massive difference in boosting the team and trying to get everything back on side a bit there. So, it's a big day today. A big day for the football club. And like everyone's saying in the chat, must win game.
I think they all are now, aren't they? Let's be honest with you. And I think, we've got the second half of the show, as in the relegation battle, to go when we're predicting the scores. It'll be interesting. I think when we do the second part of the show, we may be going to have to maybe start from a new point, because, obviously some of the scores. But look, this is the form table before this weekend's game. So it doesn't include Fridays, it doesn't include the early kickoffs, because, they're still going on. We are actually in 14th. All right, it sounds better than it is, because we're only like 2 points more than some of the others. But Portsmouth are down there, Blackburn Rovers are down there, West Brom are down there, Queen's Park Rangers, 22nd place. They've got a lot of injuries. I mean, looking at that, and when I look at our running, apart from Hull and Millwall, which are the sort of penultimate and the one before the penultimate games of the season, I think on paper, we've got probably one of the easier run-ins.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's favourable in our hands. And luckily now, because we have got that big 3 points out of the Bristol City game, which was crucial to all of this, just to get us out of that relegation zone as well for a moment. I think it is very much still in our hands, which was something that concerned all of us with how long the appointment with Gary was taking. Then you're looking back at those Oxford games, the Charlton games where we didn't get anything, and you go, could these things cost us, right? But the good thing is we haven't got to live in the past of that now, because I think we can go, look, it is in our hands, and we just got to go out there and make sure we deliver now on the stage, like we've said.
Interestingly, Gary Rowett's come out today and says he'd happily walk away, if he keeps Leicester up. And I had heard on yesterday's show, they were telling me, Reese was telling me that they might have the next manager lined up. I don't know.
I heard that as well. Yeah.
Interesting to think who that might be. Having heard that recently, and then Rowett coming out and saying that, is this all a deal done in place? It's look, we never know with this club, do we? We never know. But I'm hopeful today. I'm feeling positive today, even with the squad that we've got, because there's been a few changes. Let's put it that way. I'm just going to get the details up now. So we've got a few changes. Got one change. But let's bring the details up, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it, mate. It's interesting, though, just quickly about this Rowett thing. I think the interesting thing about it is the club would be making a very silly move for me if they did change him, especially if we stay up. And the reason why is because how important would a pre-season be with a manager as well, which we didn't have last time out? I think carrying on that momentum, especially if he does a great job, I think he should keep the job then. But,
I have to say, I think we could do a lot worse.
I think so. I think the problem is that is he the sort of manager they really like at this football club? Because he's a manager that says it as it is in the pre-match conferences and post-match conferences, and we're actually seeing some positive action from the words he's saying. A lot of the managers we've had recently, like Rude and maybe Cifuentes towards the end, they've come across as disingenuous. They've just been repeating words, but none of it's actually meant anything on the football pitch, has it? So, yeah, it's a bit worrying how this club sometimes got these big ideas right above where we actually are.
I'll tell you two things I think that will, for me, if the players are responding to Rowett, then the players could respond and go, we want Rowett.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a big part of the importance of it.
Yeah, and let's be honest with you, this club do like to listen to the players, don't they? And the other thing as well is this new guy that's in charge, whatever fancy title he's got. He's the one that is saying that we're going to sign a Poco on another 12-month deal.
Yeah.
Now, I first saw that and thought, what the bloody hell is happening here? Now, it's only a 1-year extension, but again, as we said last night, and it said in the press this morning, it is going to give us some money because it means we can sell him. Even if it's 500,000, as we said, at least it's 500,000. So maybe this new guy already is starting to go, I'm making these decisions. You know what I mean? So who knows? Who knows? That's the thing with this club, isn't it? But look, here we have the starting lineup: 4-2. Well, it's a 3-1-3-3. Could be either. But I think most of them have. Well, Leicester City have gone for 4-1-4-1. Sorry, Leicestershire Live. I'm not sure. Let's have a look what the BBC have gone for. The BBC is stuck with the 4-2-3-1. In fairness,
they're both incredibly similar. There's very little difference between the two in reality, but I do like it sounding better as a 4-1-4-1 with AU up top for one part of this.
Yes, it does. It does. 90 minutes up. Final whistle hasn't gone, but it's still Oxford 1, Charlton 0. Fair. Look, I have to say, we'll come on to this play, but I saw Oxford play Blackburn Rovers midweek.
Yes.
We did the extra watch-along. And I think I got the better of the two games, to be honest with you. But Oxford, if they don't stay up this season, I've got to say I'm going to feel really sorry for them because they absolutely played Blackburn off that pitch. Blackburn were awful, absolutely awful. Oxford just went for it and deserved the win, to be honest with you. But let's have a look at how Leicester line up. So we've got Musaka's in, which is the one new face. Sticking with him, no Begovic there, obviously. Now he's brought in, it says here, into an attacking midfield in the place of Begovic. Apart from that, Chowdhury at right back, Akoli, Nelson Thomas, Skip, Fatawu, James Mukasa, Mavididi and Ayew. On the bench, we've got Vietes, Ricardo, Lascelles, Winks, Aribo, Begovic, Monga is back, Richards and Daka. Don't know who this Richards is, never bloody seen him, so I've no idea. But obviously, look, I saw that come up and I saw Ayew and I just thought, oh my God. But look, like I say, I'm going to keep faith at the moment because I just, like I say, after last weekend, I can't afford to eat more humble pie. It's costing me a fortune. Your thoughts on the squad?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing that stood out to me actually beyond AU was Hamza starting again, because I wondered when Hamza came back if Hamza would become the first choice right back, and this would suggest to me that we're going to lean over him than over Ricardo, which I think both of them have their pros and cons. I think both of them have got quite substantial, unfortunately, weaknesses in their game as well. So interesting how he's hung his hat on Hamza here, especially with that captaincy role as well. And of course, he nearly gave away that daft penalty at the end of the Ipswich game, which is something he's always got to keep a bit of an eye out for. But I think as a right back who's going to come inside and be an inverted wing back almost, or inverted right back, I think, okay, you can probably argue Hamza's probably the more mobile of the two options we got. So, okay. And then, like you say, we're talking about AU again, aren't we? Interesting one, this, because I was very much like you last week. I think Patson had a good game and scored the goal, obviously, at Ipswich. And I think then, are we in an Nacho phase where it's kind of like, are we going to drop him just when he might have just found that little bit of spark he needed to get one goal and maybe get on and get a few more for us, right? I think it's interesting if he is 4-1, 4-1 today, because I think that would suggest to me that AU, if he is a little bit deeper, isn't going to impact the forward line as much, because then you can have Mukasa being a false nine and coming forward. And if Charlton scored...
Hold that. We have some breaking news. 94 minutes, Oxford United 1, Charlton Athletic 1.
Oh, I went for a draw in the predictions league. I went for 0-0 though, so I'm not going to get 3 points, but there we go.
Charlton have equalised. Simon, I'm going to have to time you out, I'm afraid, mate.
No, he said it after you. He said it after you, mate. It was after you. Okay. Yeah, it was after you.
There's none of that in here, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So according to the table, then that puts Oxford down into 20th on 39 points.
It's going to be his last-minute goals, isn't it?
Yeah, they were above Portsmouth, who obviously aren't playing until Monday night, interestingly. But, well done, Charlton. No, well done, Charlton. Sorry, mate, I got
no.
a little bit excited then.
Well, unfortunately, where we are as a football club, it's very important to keep an eye on these other games right now, isn't it? Because we're right down in this mess, aren't we? But no, just to tie that up, I mean, I thought one thing just to say, I mean, it's not forgiving Jordan Ayew in any way, this whatsoever. I think the start of the last game, his positioning was better than it had been all season. It's a small little nugget. It's a 5%er. It's not me saying I'm glad he's starting, but I think if we're seeing that finally come from him, it shows you that Gary's probably getting to him and going, you need to be here. He was pressing high up the pitch, right? So so there we go. I mean, look, in Gary we trust, like we say, and maybe Patson will be a good impact sub for us as well. What's happened here? Oxford scored again.
Middlesbrough 1, Bristol City 1.
Oh, that's a shock. Bristol City are going to throw this away, aren't they? Sorry, Middlesbrough.
And you got Coventry 1, Southampton 2.
I've got that. Both teams to score no draw, and I thought Southampton might win that.
Yeah, you said that. So Bristol City got it back. Middlesbrough going to giving it away. Simon, fair enough, mate. I haven't seen you before, so if you knew, fair enough. But no spoilers for any game. It's just because you might put one down for Ipswich and we misread it and we think you're giving a spoiler and we kick you out. So the best thing to do is just avoid. We will do everything on that. Look, I've got to say, going back to the team selection here, for me, I'd sooner look if Ricardo, who we said couldn't play 2 games in a week, although he did come out and say, always said that was the manager's decision, not his. You start with him. You start with your best player, because if we go 1-0 down and Chowdhury's either sent off or he's caused the problem, you then bring Ricardo on and you're trying to get back from a losing position again. So surely you do start with your number one players, don't you?
Well, Jim raised an interesting point in our group chat, Chris, just before we came on air, and I subscribe to a similar thing as Jim with this. I know you don't, so you're going to challenge me on this. I think actually the bench looks stronger now than it has all season, and maybe part of that is just how we're deploying the squad a little bit better. Look, I know you say you'd start with your strongest 11. I think it's negotiable which one of actually Hamza or Ricky is probably the best right back in the club right now. I don't think there's too much between them. Maybe a cigarette paper, really, for what they offer. So so no, I'm relatively satisfied with this actually in the circumstances, especially after the performance against Bristol City, where we saw a lot of these faces as well. Mukasa coming in's the big one for me. I think that was something that needed to happen over Bobby Decordova-Reid.
We'll come on to Mukasa in a second, but all I would say with that is, who is less likely to give a penalty away?
Oh, you say that, but Ricky's got a little bit hot-headed.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say on that one. Normally, would say Ricardo, but we know Ricardo likes a yellow card, don't we? But look. Excuse me. Let's get behind the lads. The coach repeating on me. I don't know that I have Chowdhury as captain. Look, Winks on the bench. Skip and James together. And like I say, we can't always. We always wonder, don't we? Because I always wonder that we say football fans are fickle, but who would have ever thought was saying like, "Well, maybe Winks deserves to start." But look, James was always going to come back, I think, and I think Skip and James actually probably work better than Winks and James would.
Yeah, I think so. I think Winks did play well against Ipswich. I don't think you could take that away from him. I think he had a really good game. But I think the problem is, like you say, in some ways, Skip and Winks are a little bit too similar at times. Skip will do a lot more legwork than Winks will. Winks is a bit of a luxury player in some degree, isn't he? Whereas Jordan James is so much better at carrying that ball. He's more of a box-to-box player, isn't he? And he's very good at inserting himself into the right side or the left side or into the attacking mid positions where required. So I think this was a natural thing to happen. And I don't think you could really then drop Skip for Winks. I think Skip's defensive work has more than earned him the opportunity to remain in the team. So, I'm quite happy with this.
Yeah, Skip, I am as well. Skip, like you say, more, he's more defensive than Winks, let me say. And Winks, and I know it's very, it's funny to say this about on someone that's allegedly on 90 grand a week, that is still open for thing, but somebody that's on that much money to be an impact sub, but he's the sort of player you'll bring on that's got the experienced head that'll come on if we're 1-0 up and we're just hanging on, honestly, that you can bring on that will go, right, lads, come on, let's just calm this down now.
He's a better player when, for example, a team's going to have to push on to us if we've got a lead, and he can maybe take it around one or two people and lay it off. I think that's very true,
We've got Fatu and Mavididi. They've started to look better, haven't they?
Yeah, they have actually. Yeah, they look like they were finally, not only with their work rate and coming back to defend at the top end of the pitch, they looked a lot more lethal as cutting inside and creating opportunities for themselves and people around them, didn't they? I think there's a little bit of a confidence thing there, especially for Mavididi, right? And so I think actually sticking with him at a time when, he probably needs to get a goal, which he's very much due. He's only got 2 goals this year, hasn't he? Which is criminal, really. So I'm happy with that. I don't think Monga, I'm glad to see him on the bench, but I think when he's been starting games, he hasn't really affected them too much, and in fact it's probably better as an impact sub for us.
Look, I love Decordova-Reid in that number 10. I hate him on the wing, but I love him in that number 10 role. But I got really annoyed that Mukasa was dropped. I hate, he did very well, got a goal, then he was dropped, everything, but good to see him back. I think if we'd got Daka up front, when you got Fatu, Mukasa, Mavididi and Daka, you've got some speed up in your front line, haven't you? For counter-attacks.
Yeah, I think so. And also Mukasa has more physicality than Decordova-Reid, doesn't he? He's a bigger bloke as well. And I think he's got exactly the same level of agility. I've described Bobby as a ninja this season. That's been my thing to say about him, because he kind of disappears sometimes and then pops up in spaces where there are space. But the thing is, when you're in this position and you need all 11 contributing, you can't really gamble on someone who may disappear for 20 minutes. And I think Mukasa has generally been more involved. So I think it's a positive change.
Yeah. Right, and then when we look at the subs, we've got on the subs bench, we've got Aribo, Ricardo, Vitesse. I can never say this one. Vitesse, who apparently obviously gave Stelarczyk a bit of a hand with the penalty.
Yes, he did. Ran around and talk about his goalkeepers union at the club, which is nice to hear.
Yeah, and gave him a little bit of notes saying to the right, which is where he did put it. Daka, and I suppose the other option, of course, is we're saying Daka on the subs bench. If we do actually wear them down and Daka comes on with a bit of speed,
Yeah, exactly. And QPR are known to change their formation. They like to play 4-4-2 sometimes. I'm not quite sure how they're starting today. It's either a 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1 like us. But with that, we can also counteract with a 4-4-2 with
Well,
Becker.
the BBC have got it down as a 4-4-2.
Yeah, it's interesting that. I thought they might have switched back because they've been on a terrible run. I don't think 4-4-2's helped them, actually. Interesting, yeah.
Dakota Reed is on the bench, so again, the experience to come on if needed. Lascelles is on the bench. Not really seen enough of him to say whether I'm impressed with him or not. I mean, what didn't help when he came on one game and within 2 minutes the opposition scored, because I think it was Norwich, and you can't really necessarily blame him for that. But again, experience to come on at the end, and look, you don't want to break up the back line if you don't have to.
No.
It's part of the team that you want to keep the same. Mongo on there, I'd really love to see him in that number. Well, we're not going to see him in the number 10 role because we've got a very good player in there, but why not stick him up front? Talking of which, you've got Richards. I'd still like to see him up front, to be honest with you, but there we go, and obviously Winks. So in fairness, it is a decent bench, but when when we're looking at it, only really got Mongo on there from the youth, haven't we?
Yeah, he's moved away from that, hasn't he? Obviously, Louis Page has gone back down, Silko Thomas, and then obviously Gray, who signed a new contract in, this last week as well for a new deal, who's apparently looking pretty tasty down the under-21s. Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised maybe we haven't seen one or two more, but I think this is a thing when it comes to managers, and I thought this with Marty as well, Chris, in that I think when you're in your head as a manager and your job is on the line quite frequently in football nowadays, it can be quite a short-term fast food sort of existence, right? I think you kind of have to lean probably on the bit more of the experience and take a gamble on blooding in younger players because you don't have that personal security if it blows up in your face, right? Just a quick one on the sellers there. I mean, I do find this is a bit of a bizarre one in a similar way to Ramsey because, okay, we're gambling on a player that we know has quality, right? But we can't really rely on him, especially for the money that he's come in on to be a starting player because he could go down with an injury because of his injury history. And I do find it a bit bizarre how the club's made one or two decisions like that. And then I go, well, he's quite an expensive bench option. Do you know, really, I mean, and you think about he's trying to earn a new deal as well. I wonder if there might be maybe some politics at play here when it comes to how many appearances he needs to get a new deal or something.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe.
And let's be honest with you, he's only signed on the 6th month. Whether he's moving forward or not, no, because my worry is if there's a very thin line between, as I said, with Ayew and Dakota Reed, a very, very, very thin line between experienced and past it.
Oh yeah. It comes around quick for all of us, mate.
It does. No. I'm definitely in the latter camp. But do you remember years ago? I used to call us Derby and Jones City. We were signing all these players that were on the back end of the careers and useless. Dennis Wise, Martin Keown. I think the only one that was half decent was Big Celez. But apart from that, we were just signing all these ex-Premier players at the end of the Premier League. And all it does is stifle the youngsters coming through.
Yeah, exactly. We went through that phase, especially because we had no money. I remember Craig Hignett, Ben Thatcher, Alan Rogers, Nikos Dabazas. God, remember Dabazas? Jesus.
Oh, is it Summerby that came on a free and didn't take wages or anything?
Yeah, because they couldn't afford to pay anyone, Chris.
No.
Yeah, they were going to be paid at the end of the season, weren't they? A lot of us just come out in podcasts recently. They weren't getting paid at certain points. It was at the end of the season or something. But yeah, I mean, it's a fine line, like you say, and I think when you're going into battle like this, I mean, the young players have got that probably a bit more energy about them. It's true. Like I said, I'd like to have seen Aluko for one have a lot more minutes earlier in the season when we were questioning right back and in particular. But it didn't come to fruition, and now is probably not the right time to chuck him in.
Yeah. Right. Let's have a look at today's games then. And like I said, the first games here, we can give you some updates. Coventry losing. Wow. Coventry 1, Southampton 2. Middlesbrough are probably very happy with that result because it's Middlesbrough 1, Bristol City 1, and Oxford United 1, Charlton Athletic 1. If we have a look at how that affects the table at the top, In fairness, Coventry still got a 7-point gap on Middlesbrough, even with that one. So don't think they've been necessarily too bothered. Interesting after that, Middlesbrough second, well, say 77 points for Coventry, 70 for Middlesbrough, 68 for Millwall. So if Millwall can get a win today, they would go into second place.
I was going to say Millwall are the ones to watch. They seem to deal with the pressure better than any other team up there at the moment.
Yes, yeah. It could be interesting, of course, when we play them towards the end of the season. It's the penultimate game. Or the one before the penultimate, I think. Ipswich are in fourth on 65, but even after they've played the game today, they'll still have a game in hand as well. So, yeah, Middlesbrough, they went a bit dodgy earlier in the season. They could be going a bit dodgy now as well. And then you got the rest of the games coming up. So you got Birmingham City hosting Sheffield United. These are all 3:00 kickoffs, which doesn't really affect us. Obviously, Leicester City versus Queen's Park Rangers does. We could do with Millwall doing us. I love Millwall Football Club. One of the best and nicest football clubs anywhere in the world. We need them to beat Blackburn Rovers for us. And I've got to say, having watched Blackburn midweek, I think this could be a 4-0, something like that, to Millwall, if Millwall are in the mood for it. Norwich are playing Preston North End. Doesn't really affect us. Sheffield Wednesday playing Ipswich. Again, look, Wednesday down. I'd love, and it's minor comfort to Sheffield Wednesday players, I'm sure, but I would love just to see them get into either 0 or 1 point.
Yeah, me too. But that probably involves beating us. So,
well, apart from that, obviously, yes, Stoke, Watford, and then West Brom versus Hull. Now, West Brom, according to Wayne, were awful. He had that game midweek, West Brom Southampton, and West Brom led for most of that game. Throwing it away right at the end, and that could be West Brom's problem if they, again holding on to wins and draws, like we've said, for us might not be good enough for them.
Yeah, that mentality problem they got as well, going through a really turbulent year, right? And what's interesting as well is they made a bold decision to go to a 4-4-2 very late in the season. They played 4-4-2 against Southampton, and they took the lead. But like I say, changing away from that 4-2-3-1 they've generally been playing the entire year as well. It's a big gamble to make at this stage in the season when you're a bit mentally fragile, and it changes the process of how you tactically approach the game, right? I think it's going to be very difficult for West Brom in particular, because I think they're a bit like us, a bit mentally weak if they come under a bit of pressure. I think we're in a better spot now under Gary than what we were under Kingy, but they've made a bold gamble here, Chris, and I worry for them, and I worry probably for Blackburn the same as you, because I don't think they looked any good at all, did they, against Oxford?
No. I mean, they were awful, absolutely awful, and I have to say, as much as it pained me, to be honest with you, it didn't really, because a win for either, it kind of worked out, whatever, for us. But fair play to Oxford, and I hope if they carry on like that for the rest of the season, they will stay up. This is the indeed, Simon. Indeed, look, this is a little bit out of date now, because I can't do these, because I do these in advance, and if I wouldn't have time to do this after the 12:30 kickoffs end, which is now, because I'm in the middle of doing the bloody show. But Oxford have moved up. Let me just talk you through it here. Oxford are now in 20th on 39. Blackburn are in 21st on 39. Now, Oxford on minus 13. Blackburn are on minus 14.
Yeah, goal difference. And look at ours.
Very, very close between them two. We are on minus 7 on 38. Depending what happens results-wise, we could again go up to 20th again if we get a win today. Minus 7. And then you got West Brom on 37, but they're on minus 18. They always say, don't they? I mean, that could be worth an extra point.
Oh yeah, 100%. I was thinking that when we saw the goal difference we had in our favour, but then of course if we didn't have the points deduction, we would be 6 points ahead of this already, wouldn't we? But then maybe we'd be in a QPR position, we'd be quite lax about it, maybe getting dragged into this mess, you know.
Wow.
So yeah, and I think the interesting thing is this week in particular, like you see, we were writing off teams like QPR and Charlton, well not Charlton but Stoke, you know, but they're in a bad run now, and then all of a sudden, if you think about the games we've had today with Middlesbrough and Bristol City, you're getting a point, you know, and Coventry losing. The end of the season is high pressure for every club right now, isn't it? And I think QPR, for one, might be in their own heads a little bit how they've been unable to get a result in quite a while now.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 1 in the last 6.
Yeah,
so...
yeah, crazy, isn't it? I've got a stat here. I'm pretty sure they've lost. Who was it? They've lost like the last few games by like 12-0 overall in the last 4 games. QPR.
Yeah,
they haven't scored a goal.
Wow.
They haven't scored a goal.
Wow. I mean, it's just, it does Gray, but then with the better of the bad bunch, you've got to go up to 16th and Stoke for people that are sort of better than us, you know. So I think that could be very, very important. And you know, let's hope we don't start losing games 4-5-0 as we go in. Yeah, and somebody's just said before, West Brom, in fact, Simon, West Brom are the weakest of the bunch. I think they could be. I think, well, maybe this manager isn't the one to keep them up. They're stuck with him. It could be financial, that could be the reason.
Yeah, because you sacked another manager and brought another one. That's another PSR thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And you know, this guy's only temporary, so I don't know whether they'd sack him or just move him back down a bit like Andy King. But it's employing another manager, isn't it? And
it's funny how it's a very similar situation to the Andy King one, because like I said, the fans are viewing it as, is he part of the solution or was he part of the problem?
Yes, indeed. So there we go for the table. I did bring this up earlier because I wanted to get into it then, but that is the form table. I mean, look, you know, Oxford aren't even in there.
No, because they're doing really well. I think they've now won 3 in a row. Well, they just drew, but they were on a run with 2 wins in a row, weren't they? Yeah. I mean, the thing about Oxford is they're a very honest team. And I think the good thing about having Gary here is I think he's brought a bit more honesty into our group, because that was something we needed and something we're hoping West Brom in particular don't have.
Yeah. I mean, Oxford, you know, won 3 of the last 6. So let me put it this way. They've only lost 1 of the last 6. That's sort of run, and a run like that, look what it does for you, because they were dead and buried.
They were getting points off Coventry as well. They got a draw off Coventry, didn't they?
Yes, yeah. Hello there, Brad is in. How are you doing, sir? Right, so what we've got coming up next? Yes, the stats. This is the season comparison, which I'm actually liking this now. I have discovered this because it does compare us and our opposition. Look, 21st playing 18th, 38 plays 47 points wise. We've scored more goals than they have, albeit only 4. That said, we've conceded more goals. Have we conceded? No, we've conceded less goals than they have. They've had more shots, though, and they've had, well, all right, shots on target 3, that's hardly worth doing. But, you know, the bit I love here, going down the bottom, the passing accuracy, 81 versus 75. Points gained from a losing position, 10-11. So from being down, we've only gained 10 points, but they've only gained 11. This is a scary bit, and it doesn't really change because obviously winning last week doesn't make any difference to this one. But points dropped from a winning position, 23 for us, 5 for them. You could argue, though, that obviously that was pre-Gary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about all these stats we see every week is every week I'm surprised at how many goals we've scored and how many the opposition has scored. And we're generally around a mid-table team for scoring, which it doesn't feel like we've been watching us play this year, does it? Especially under Marty. It's felt like we've been pretty impotent in the goal-scoring department. But then it does make you realise and highlights the fact that our defensive and lack of ability to keep a clean sheet has been really costly for us. Really costly, especially when it comes to dropping these points, right? But yeah, I mean, you also look at Chris, QPR, a bit of a bogey team. team for us, aren't they, as well? I mean, we've lost 4 of the last 8 home games against them now.
Carry on talking. I'll be back in a second.
That's all right. No worries, mate. Yeah. So, I mean, you think we've also lost our last 5 home games against London teams as well. There are some stats out there historically which suggest, that even though they're in a bit of bad form, they're a bit of a funny team for us historically, aren't they? But in good news, they've only won 2 away games of their last 21 that have been Saturday 3:00 kickoffs. So that is also encouraging. Hey, afternoon, Ronald. How you doing, bud? So yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting one to call today because, I think on paper this is the most confident we'll feel, especially when we look at these stats to justify what we're thinking about it. And I think our pass rate is improving actually from what it was like a month ago, isn't it?
Well, I think our pass rate is improving where it needs to. We've always had a lot of passes, but that's because it's been, Souttar to Nelson, Nelson to Vestergaard, Vestergaard to Nelson.
Yeah, useless passing you don't need.
Exactly. So, and it's good to say, I know Kate was very much wanting Begovic back until she realised, because she had obviously been away for so long, she didn't realise that that he was injured. But Souttar, again, he's not playing those short balls anymore. He's going for a lot of long clearances, isn't he?
I think he's mixing it up, and I think that's a part of it. I think sometimes you do want to try and just roll it out from the back and see if you can get a team to push onto you. But other times, you just got to kick it long and try and win that ball or try and win the second ball, haven't you? I think actually, when you include the passing and the goal scoring ability this year and the defensive frailties we've had, the biggest thing that's wound me up this year is the lack of fight for the first and second ball. And we still get it up the top of the pitch now. I mean, the only downside of Daka in the last couple of games was that he wasn't going up to win a ball. He was letting it go to the centre back, and then he wasn't even competing for the second ball that much. And that is something which is just a basic of football, irrelevant of tactics or formation, you've got to do, especially in the Championship, which is a bit more of a rough and tumble league.
Yeah. There's the form guide. When you're looking at that, we've every reason to be confident, haven't we?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the nice thing is, going back to the manager again, is just seeing that translation with what he's saying and what is actually being actioned on the pitch. So I think that's quite an alien thing for us as Leicester fans this year as well, isn't it? So, yeah, I think there is every confidence to come with that, Chris. And hopefully, like I say, we can carry it on, but we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. And hopefully the players won't think, job done, pat on the back here, They've got to make sure they hit the work rate today.
Indeed. Early this season, look, this has got to be the warning, hasn't it? Half time, 4-0 down, and there was no Southampton comeback for Leicester, was there?
No, and I think actually this is one of the games where we really took a pounding. And there's been games this year we've been bad, but we were terrible in this game.
I think Stilko Thomas, wasn't that when he scored from the rebound?
Yeah, we didn't deserve to score the entire game, Chris. It was just a miracle we managed to get one, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've got to remember that. Now, obviously, QPR were up for that. They were at home. They were in better form probably than they are now. Less injuries, and of course, it was the Cifuentes derby, wasn't it? Which was still quite war for them. But yeah, we've got to. That I can't see that happening again.
They feel a different team now, especially after January, like most teams. A bit of work in the January transfer window, 1 or 2 departures they might not have wanted as well, and hard to replace certain players. I think they're a bit of a different team than what they were then.
Yeah, indeed. Advisors in from the your USA advisor. Well done. Can we do them what we did to them in the FA Cup last season? Look, I can say if it's a 1-0 off AU's arse, I don't mind, as long as we get the 3 points. The points are more important than the performance at the moment, I think, aren't they?
I think Brad's got a point in that we could mimic this result as the home team and win 4-1 today. The possibility is there. We could do it if we turn up and show the best of ourselves. It could be possible.
Yes. Yeah. Right, I'm going to go off and see if my ciders. Good news is obviously that I found 2 more ciders than I thought I had. I thought I'd only got 2 left and I've got 4. I have a feeling I might need them today. Bad news is I forgot to put them in the fridge last night, so I'm going to go and see whether they've chilled or not. And we've got no Wayne today. Wayne is probably actually very much drunk at the moment, and I've got to say thank you very, very much to the gentleman that let us have the hospitality ticket. I hope he's enjoying himself. So no Wayne today. Hopefully Clibber will be joining us at full time though. There's the teammate. Talk us through it.
Yeah, not a problem, guys. So we're not quite sure. I mean, we're pretty sure it might be a 4-4-2 here. They can either line up 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1 like we do. We imagine it's going to be a 4-4-2 because actually they've been starting that the last few games and not having much success with it. So I was a bit baffled to see that. But take you through some injuries for QPR. I mean, they're like us. They've got a few long-term outs here. They've got Ziad Larish, the left back, who's out of a cruise ship. Karambolo Dembele, their winger, who scored against us earlier in the season, is out with what's that say, knee ligaments injury. They've lost Sam Field, who was loaned out to Norwich in the January transfer window as well, which is a pretty big loss for them, even though he wasn't starting every game as a central midfielder. He'd been there quite a while for them. He's obviously got a lot of championship experience. But to look at the team they've got Walsh in goal today. They've also had challenges in the goalkeeping department. It's been a mixture of Walsh or Hamer, obviously ex-Leicester Hamer, who's on the bench today. We've got a right back in Benge, who's obviously an ex-Reading player. Centre-backs Dunn and Edwards, who was signed from Southampton. They seem to prioritise signing Edwards in the January transfer window for quite a bit of money over maybe bringing in a few more players. I think it's about £5 million they spent on him, which is quite a lot of money if you think in the Championship nowadays. Norrington Davis, ex-Sheffield United youngster on left back there. We believe it's going to be a central midfield two of Hayden and Morgan. Morgan's an ex-Tottenham Academy player. They got Smythe on I believe, the right-hand side, and Harvey Veld, who they signed as well in the January transfer window from Chelsea. It didn't cost as much. I think it was about £2.5 million or something like that. But he's very dangerous as well. And that looks like it'll be two up top. Coley, number 26, there will be in the hole as a 10. And that'll be alongside Kone, who, of course, we were linked to as a potential signing as well for Leicester, who has come in from Wycombe Wanderers. Bench for them, Hamer, Adamson, Smith, Clark Souttar, who's probably one of their more experienced centre-backs as well, but he's had problems with injury this year and staying fit, so I'm not surprised to see it now. Escudina, the young left-back, is there. In good news for us, Varane's on the bench, and I think Varane's probably their best central midfielder. He's very mobile on the ball and can ping a long pass as well, and is also quite aggressive as well, so I think that's good news for us that Varane's not going to be starting this one. And the other three players on the bench is Bene, Poku and Saito. Poku they signed from Peterborough and he hasn't really had much chance with injuries to really get settled into the Championship. There's a lot of talent there. And Saito they signed from the club where our new technical director is from, Lommel. He's a Japanese winger and he's pretty talented as well. Chris, you're back.
I am. The good news was it's chilled rather than cold, but the even better news was I remembered I had some ice in the freezer.
Oh, even better. Well, it's a summer's day here. I don't know about you. Is it quite warm where you are?
It is. The sun is shining. My window is open. The sun is coming. Well, not open, but my blinds are open. A few clouds in the sky, but the sun is shining through. Right. Do you want to go off and sort yourself out?
I do indeed, Chris. It might take me a minute because I'm struggling at the moment, but between the two of us, you will have a watch-along show, guys. So, yes.
we might be a bit of fun like last week, but it all adds to the danger. Can I just say, 52 of you in, please click those likes button. It does help. See you in a bit, Tom.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, please do smash those likes. If you're new, subscribe. It allows you to join in the chat as well. And I will say to everybody, cheers, all the best. Come on, you foxes. Now to be on a nice sunny day, a bit of a cider with ice in it. That's all right, Ben. Don't worry. That's why we say it. Right. Let's get this lot in then. What are your score predictions? I hope you're liking the new artwork. What are your score predictions, guys? I am going to go. What did I go for in the? Interestingly, I went. Cheers, Gray. I went 3-0 to Leicester. Reese also went 3-0. Clibber went 3-1. Craig 2-0. Jim will be joining us at half time, 2-0. Wayne, this was before he had a drink, he went 3-1. Dan, the Burnley fan, he went 1-0 to Leicester. And Kate went 2-1 to Leicester. So, everybody here is feeling pretty confident. We'll have a look what people are saying in the chat as well. Yeah, just as Gray said there, Gray said no spoilers whatsoever. Basically, we shoot and ask questions later. when it comes to that. So let's have a look here. Jeff. Hello, mate. How are you doing over there in the Philippines? Still waiting for my invitation, by the way. I'll sleep on your balcony. I don't mind. And they're on the beach, as they say it. Enjoy yourself, mate. Enjoy yourself. I've never been to the Philippines. 2-0 to Leicester, he's gone. Ben, I said 3-2 win or 2-2 draw. Which are you going for? That's very much, that's the fence sitting in a big way. Ronald has gone 2-0 to Leicester. He said another, so I'm presuming that's the way he's gone. Andreas has gone 2-0 as well. Scott has gotten 4-1 to Leicester. Well done, Scott. I think the bench may be able to create more chances. Gray has gone 4-0 to Leicester. Whoa. We're all going for it today, are we? Let's have a look. And Poppy is in. Or Popeye. No, is it Popeye? Popeye, I think. I know, Poppy. Well, we'll call him Pop or her. Good afternoon, all. Everyone have a beer for me. Brass it till I start getting paid for my new job on Friday. I think it'll be 2-1 to Leicester today. Well done, that man. Well done, that man. And good luck with your new job as well. Hope it all works out for you. That's what I've done with my bets for. Well. Anything bar a loss, then I guess is what you're looking for. But it's Poppy. We'll get there in the end. Poopy. I mean, look. I mean, this is why I always have trouble with names when we sign foreign players. I have enough trouble with the likes of Smith, don't I, Tom?
Oh, me too, mate. Before I start a show now, I literally have to go on Google and try and make sure I'm pronouncing some of the names correctly, otherwise I go full Murray Walker.
Is there any other way to do it, though? Let's get this watch along going. 5 minutes to go. Let's do it. I have to say, well done to Reece and Clibbo, who literally got 10 out of 11 for their predicting the team. If you'd chosen Daka, they'd have got it spot on. How are you doing for?
Yeah, I should be right. I should be okay. I'm just seeing some fans waving a flag on the football pitch at Leicester, so I think we're okay, Chris. So you know what it's like. Touch wood.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Right, so what I am going to do is we're going to try what we did last week, which was actually reasonably successful, is the fact that we might be different. So what I'm going to say is we'll see who's going to do the main commentary will be whoever's in front.
Yeah.
That makes sense, doesn't it? You know,
it does.
And the other one, well, you know, if I'm commentating, you'll keep us up with the other scores and all that as well. If not, it'll be the other way round. They're in their green and white now, our Queen's Park Rangers, because that's their away colours. Still hoops, but green and white. The flags are being waved. It's a sunny day at the King Power, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's still a bit cold out there, but it's definitely a sunnier day. I mean, I didn't put my prediction in, did I? I mean, I predict. When we did the show, I thought we might lose this game, but that was before the Bristol City performance. So I'm going to have to change my mind, aren't I? I'm going to have to flip flops. So I'll go Leicester 3, QPR 1.
Oh, that's the most popular one.
I think that shows you how the expectation is raised a bit here as well. So, like, we've got to be a little bit careful, but I think we should be comprehensively better if we can make sure we're hitting all the targets, like the defensive side of the game and the attacking side, right?
Players are coming out of the tunnel as we speak. I went 3-0. I think we could keep another clean sheet here.
It would be typical Leicester to keep back-to-back clean sheets, wouldn't it? Maybe we'll have to save another penalty to do it. I think you're ahead, Chris, so you should lead this one.
Okay, that is fine. So yeah, I'll be the commentator. You'll be the Jamie Carragher of the
the Michael Owen. Come on, I've got to raise the bar here.
Michael Owen is raising the bar. Oh, forgot then. Of course, if we're doing that, I need to be able to listen, not live, don't I?
Yeah, Mark's gone for 4-0 there to Leicester. Good shout there, mate. Keep getting your predictions in, guys, before we start this one if you haven't done so already. So quite confident, I think. But it is a big mentally one if we fail this game, isn't it? All of a sudden it feels like all the work from the last few weeks might be slightly on the chopping block already. So, hopefully we'll see it continue in the right direction.
Yeah. 4-2-3-1 is what Leicester City are putting out. So once again, who knew the Mercury would get the lineup wrong? But there we go. It is what they do.
Wayne's just messaged me saying apparently sat next to Mark Selby's missus.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Get an autograph, Wayne. Come on, get a picture, mate.
Yeah. Don't forget, don't bother with Mark Selby. Just get a picture of you with his missus. Hey.
Absolutely.
Hey. Just be careful you don't do any potting of the pink or the brown. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to leave it at that.
Wow, well done, Chris. Straight in there, mate. I tell you what, you never miss those jokes, do you, bud? That's what we love about you.
Maybe I should take up improv, eh?
Oh, you'd be good, man. You'd be like me digging yourself out of holes all the time.
Say that again, sorry.
I say you'd be like me digging yourself out of holes all the time, laughing at you like people laugh at me. Yeah.
QPR, they have got QPR as a 4-4-2.
I'm surprised at this because they've been really struggling playing this from the start recently. I thought they'd have gone back because they do know 4-2-3-1. I'm pretty shocked.
Yeah. So QPR still in the hoops, but white and green hoops and green shorts. Leicester in all blue. Chowdhury captain today.
Yeah, big decision that, isn't it? But I mean, I do think the leadership element is quite difficult, but the group do look a bit more united now, at least. I think is the element of the man management Rowett's managed to bring to it, which we've desperately needed, Chris.
Well, we can't win the toss every time, but Leicester, as always, are going to be kicking left to right, so towards the family stand. Is it at that end?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Down there, the away fans as well, isn't it?
Kicking towards the Kop. So we're going to be kicking off any minute. Some of you will already be in advance because I can see that technically the match has kicked off, which is why we'd say no spoilers. There's no questions, there's no second chances, spoilers, and you are out. It's as simple as that.
Yep, nice and easy. We try and keep it nice and simple for you all anyway. Players are huddling.
Oh, you are behind, aren't you?
Yeah, probably am. I'll try and refresh
Maybe
it.
we should huddle. Maybe that's what we should do. So I think Mukasa is it going to take the and we're off. We are off, everybody.
Here we go. Big one. Come on, Leicester. We need 3 points, sir.
We do. Sky Bet Championship. Here we come. Let's get this up as well. There you go. So immediately Leicester on the front foot. That was into the box. It's a header. Oh, straight away there. 22 seconds on the clock. Mukasa got on the end of the cross. And I don't know, I think it was probably wider than it looked. But James, left-footed into the box. Yeah, it was a bit wider than it looked. But a good start from Leicester.
Yeah, nice to see us just try and chuck the ball forward early and put a team on the back foot, really, Chris, isn't it? We've been a little bit in our own heads and a little bit passy to start some games around the back, but it's nice to see some positive intent there.
Yeah, definitely.
And a nice deep cross as well. We've not done a lot of that this season. I think we do need to add that into our game. Definitely.
Yes, we do. So it's a throw in on the far side. just inside Leicester's half. Thomas is taking a few steps forward. There's a QPR player down, but he's up and hobbling. I think it's Kone, but the throw-in goes back. And it now is with a Coley from Nelson. He passes it back to Nelson. Then he's going to go back to a Coley. What are we saying? A Coley back to Stolarczyk.
Yeah, referee's already having a little discussion here with people, isn't he, as well?
Yeah. A Coley. Chowdhury. Now, Mukasa back to a Coley. A Coley across the pitch to Nelson. Nelson plays it forward to Mafididi. Oh, he nicely turns it inside. Lovely chip over to Fataru, who's got all the space in the world. He's being overlapped, but he doesn't take the overlap. And it's... Oh! I mean, I think it was Mukasa overlapped him there, and he didn't take the option. He went inside, a left-footed cross over towards James, who was in fairness, was unmarked on the far side, but it went over his head and out, unfortunately. But good idea from Leicester there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think the thing is, he could be a little bit more decisive sometimes, Fatu, can't he? Like, he could have probably played it for further down the flank. But I guess we haven't got the tallest players either. So maybe cutting inside and either getting that cross to the space at the back post or trying a shot isn't a bad shout either, really.
No. So
mine's catching up to yours now.
It's back with Walsh at the moment, who plays it out. It's with the defenders. So they're playing out.
They had Ben Hamer in goal last time against us, didn't they? They swapped their goalkeepers around.
They did, actually, yes. Coley and Kone. Coley and Kone are the two up front. Oh, Chowdhury! The referee says no foul. And we're giving it away round the edge of the box. Oh, no, Chowdhury, a second time. And Chowdhury went in there. And he got the ball. There was no foul, but then we managed to give it away. Skip now is coming away with it. Good run into the opposition half. Oh, he didn't quite get the ball across to Mabadidi, though. Now they're playing it around the back again, QPR. So it's a good start from Leicester.
Yeah, it's a good start. Yeah, interesting how QPR aren't pressing us very high, Lou. It's only just started now, this higher press, like we just saw with the mistake. It looks like they're waiting for an opportunity to pounce almost.
Yeah. Mavadidi losing the ball there as he tries to run into the box.
Yeah, sums it up.
So Leicester throw-in. Sorry, mate.
I was going to say, it sums up what you can do sometimes. Sometimes you can be a bit enraging for that, can't he? Bless him.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
It's not a time to beat players up, though. I mean, there's a bit new freshness in there. You know, we don't want to be obstructive to them. If we can help them, that's a better place to be at the moment, isn't it?
A lot of empty seats again. Yeah,
I think there's more there than there was on Tuesday, but I would agree it's probably still about 18,000 by the looks of it.
Oh, Leicester players are shouting for a penalty. Leicester fans, sorry. And we don't get the free kick either. And it's a throw into QPR. So there was a possible, well, the fans went for the penalty cheer, didn't get it, came out the box. Another incident where a Leicester player went down, didn't get that either.
No, it's a championship, isn't it? We see this a lot in the start of games, teams trying to claim for stuff, but the referees are very uneager to give anything early doors, are they?
Yeah. I've got to say, in fairness, I don't think either of them were, to be honest with you.
Oh, no, but players do call for it, don't they? I think nowadays the game's got a bit more like this, hasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, this is what I remember the first time we came down. Dan, the Burnley fan, said, "Oh, you'll love it in the Championship. Proper football."
Yeah, but the team we had wasn't set up for it. And you could argue Ipswich have struggled with this and Southampton as well. Southampton are still trying to play Premier League football down here, really. The way they held on to the ball.
So this was last time when we came down.
Oh, last time, yeah. Well, this time Mavadidi was celebrating it before it started, saying we're going to have some fun this year. I think it's not really been like that, has it?
Oh, QPR away now. Oh, Nelson just gets a foot in, but and he gets the second block in as well. QPR then really went through our defence, but Nelson with two interceptions there.
Yeah, QPR are looking just to take advantage of a little mistake in our own areas, our own half of the pitch, aren't they? And then trying to be decisive with the ball. But some good bodies on the line there, especially from Nelson.
So that was a nice one too, in fairness, from QPR, and it's blocked again and out for another QPR throw, just inside our half, level with the centre circle.
This is the danger against coming up against the 4-4-2. They do have players there that can obviously mark up pretty well against two centre backs, and and they can break through lines quickly. So we've got to be a bit more switched on than we did against one striker against Bristol City.
Yes.
Just
to let you know, all the games at the moment are 0-0. There's not been a goal.
Sorry, I should be keeping you up on that.
Yeah, you should. That was just a little hint there, Tom.
No worries, boss. I'm on it, mate. They're all 0-0, guys. They're all 0-0. The man is correct.
Oh, I love the fact they've got dilly dong just going around the side of the pitch. But now QPR have got space on their left, our right. Now Fatawu coming back doing the defending, forces them inside. Now they're virtually going to go across the bridge. Oh, it's a long range shot. Oh, and it was well wide. Wide.
Centre-back strike, wasn't it, from Dunn? So that was quite fortunate. It was a centre-back taking that on.
That's not Richard Dunn, is it? He's not still playing.
No, it's another Dunn. No. I mean, it might be his son, though. I don't know. That's a good point. He was linked with a move to a Premier League club in January, but he stayed with QPR.
Come on, Hull and Millwall.
We're at that stage of the season, we've got to keep an eye on them. I mean, West Brom obviously got a good point there against Southampton, but, they could win today. You don't know, do you? Hull are a bit hit and miss on the road.
Yeah. There's a Leicester player down. It's AU. Who knew?
Looked like he did get fouled that time, though, to be fair. But I think the referee's given a drop ball, though.
Yeah. Oh, he did. No, he had his elbow on the back of his head.
I think I'm slightly ahead of you now, Chris.
I'm going to say it sounds like you might be.
Yeah,
I'm on the 8:39 that it shows on the screen.
I'm on 9 something now. Do you want me to take over the lead?
Yeah, you take over then if you're in the front, mate.
No worries. You keep an eye on those scores, mate. I keep forgetting to look as well. Yeah, so Leicester here, we're just trying to press in the QPR half. James has picked the ball up on the halfway line after Fatawu came back and did a good job of winning the second ball. Skip's now trying to feed it to the edge of the D here. There's been a foul on Mukasa, and it's going to be a free kick to Leicester, about 5 yards to this near-hand side outside of the penalty area. So opportunity coming up here from a set piece, perhaps. And let's not forget, last time out against Bristol City, Ben Nelson got on the end of one in exactly the same position as this guy's. Don't forget to hit the like button. The more likes we get, the more chance we got of scoring, Chris?
Oh, well, definitely. It's lucky likes. Let's call them lucky likes. There we go.
Lucky likes. We got 100 last time, I think. So, we can aim higher nowadays. It looks like we've got James and Thomas stood over this, and Hams has just given them some instructions here as the referee organises the players just inside the penalty area who are creating a line, a wall of QPR's green and white hoops. Ben Nelson, the Cody up here. Here it comes in now. It's going to be James to put it in towards the back post. There's been a duel there, but Mbenge is going to get his head on it first for QPR and head it out towards the far byline here. Kept in by QPR, and they might try and launch a counter-attack, but they're still inside their half here. Some one-touch football, and Hamza's across there and shields it out of play, and it's going to be a throw to QPR just before the halfway line. So unfortunately, we couldn't win that header, but still, nice to get that opportunity early.
Tell you what, they've got their own Hamza, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, I know. Cody's got that crazy hair, hasn't he? He was the player after they lost 7-1 to Coventry, went to the away fans and talked to them. I think he's only about 21, which I thought was quite credit to him as a young man.
Yes, very much so.
Here come QPR now, though, Chris. They're going to play into the middle and talk of Cody. He got his foot on it, and there was a bit of pressure from Cody, and now it's going to trickle towards the goal line, and Thomas has put it out here, and it's going to be an offside, actually.
I have to say, Chowdhury, you need to get your head sorted because you're being outdone in the old... hair stakes.
Yeah, he got outdone with his positioning a minute ago as well. In the first bit before we got this, he got back, actually, to be fair to him, but he was well over on the left-hand side there as well. Yeah, Cody's hair, wonderful.
Oh.
Yeah. It's offside anyway, luckily.
Yes.
Going to
He
play
had
out.
the space, though, didn't he? He had the space.
He did. My heart was in my mouth for a second when I saw him with that space, especially when we were just completely giving him all the praise in the world for his hair. But we're going to play out from the goal kick now. And it's going to come over the halfway line here. Going to play up to Mavididi here, trying to find some space on the far side. Mavididi turns his man here. He's got past Mbwenge, the right back, driving in towards the penalty area, gets a shot away, and he goes over the top of the far crossbar. Unfortunate for that, but Mavididi did his little jink, caught it with his right foot, and just leveled it over the top of the crossbar there. But a nice little warning shot for Steffi there.
Just looking at the moment, it's a bit of a Brexit when it comes to possession.
Yeah, which is what we expect. I think QPR are going to look to try and break on us, aren't they? But also, to be fair to them, they're trying to play some nice one-touch triangle football, aren't they, Chris, as well? And we've seen them be able to do that so far as well. And here they come out now, playing out from the back from a goal kick there. Interesting little effort there from Mavididi. It's good he managed to beat Mbwenge. That's going to be quite a big part of what we're going to try and do today. Interesting how narrow we are now as we're trying to press them here. Fatu's right in central midfield. Ayew comes diving in there to try and win a 50-50 ball, gets a foot on it, comes back to the QPR defence, who head it back into the penalty area and back to Walsh in the goal, who's going to quickly distribute it here to the far side with a throw. Comes over the halfway, slid forward here. Hamza's going to have to beat his man, which he does. And now Hamza's looking to play it back to Jacob, and he just manages to get it around the man. There's been a bundle over in the box here, and Coley's gone down for QPR. The referee says he dived, and he is given a free kick. No, and now he's pointing. I think he's saying it's offside. Intense moment there, Chris.
Indeed. What time are you on?
About 13. I can't quite see. 13:20.
Right, okay.
Am I ahead of you now? Behind you again? This is the funny thing.
Oh, yeah, he's still ahead of me. Oh, he did go down, didn't he? But he's getting a free kick the other way.
Yeah, it looked like it was actually for an offside. Looks like he didn't want to deal with that decision, but there was an offside flagged way for the pass that was trying to be made, I believe, or something like that. He pointed at the linesman. Here come Leicester now. James from distance into the goal! Come on! I literally looked up and James was coming running through the middle, guys. He went, you know what? I'm 30 yards out. Put some nacho sauce on that nacho and put it in the bottom corner. What a strike. Jordan James, Chris.
I knew. I'd seen it come up.
Oh, my God. What a strike.
I was dying. I was holding that in then. What a strike. What a strike. And it gets one of these.
Go! Back of the net.
Stand off Jordan James at your peril, Queen's Park Rangers, and look what happens.
Yeah.
Thunderbolt.
They weren't backing off him. Oh, the goalkeeper should have got that.
I think he was surprised the shot came in. I think they felt he had nowhere to go, and he thought there's no one in front of me because Jordan Ayew wandered off again. So he thought, bugger it, I'm going to hit it, and it is 1-0.
It is, but the goalkeeper there, he dived for it, and it looked like his hand was there.
Oh, QPR are in now, QPR, and it's going to deflect back for a corner. Just sorry, Chris, there was a ball into the box from QPR, and it was Kone, and he took a strike and hit a Kone, and it's gone behind for a corner. Carry on.
Norwich 1, Preston North End 0. You've got to say, that's why you put him back in, isn't it?
Well, exactly what we were talking about before. It's the box-to-box element he brings to this team, isn't it? And he's got that shot on him. Unfortunately for us, Birmingham are sniffing around him again. He's been there before, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Leicester up to 19th at the moment.
Corner in from QPR.
Hang on a second. Hang on a minute. Sorry. God, I've got a nosebleed.
19th. I know. Who would have thought it? My God, we've not seen that since the Premier League. Not in a good way.
Good defending by Coley there. It's a corner. I've got the corner. You may have seen the corner already be taken.
Yeah, it's just, exactly. Yeah, the corner's just been taken. It's now a throwing to QPR, Chris, on the far hand side here. All right.
Nelson,
sorry, I feel like I'm ruining your entertainment of this.
Nelson. There is a place just outside Burnley called Nelson. But Nelson got the assist for the goal.
Yeah, unbelievable. It just shows you how lethal he is actually just getting forward, Jordan James, doesn't it? I mean, he had so much value to that midfield position.
And they just backed off him, though, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. That's a mistake. You can't do against him. Oh, we've given the ball up here. Skip's lost the ball here, and it's going to be back up to Cody outside the area. And there's been a tackle there. Referee says nothing doing. We'll take that. And Hamza's now going to play it forward and find Jordan James again. Can we launch a counter-attack? Because QPR have got players forward. 4 players back for QPR. Here's Mavididi now on the left-hand side. Cuts inside past 2. Tries to play it across. He's gone over here. The referee says no free kick. And now QPR are going to try and counter us back here. But the ball's going to go all the way out here towards the halfway line and up on this far side. They do chip it back forward, though. We've got a bit of a danger here. They've got behind Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas battles to the ball, and it's going to go behind for a corner to QPR. Ooh, getting a bit stretched here, Chris.
Yeah, you're not ruining it for me, by the way, because I've actually on this other screen is an advanced even of view.
Oh, really? Oh, well, in which case, there we go. So, yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
But it's not you know, a link. It's just the what do they call it? Just the scores coming up. So. Unfortunately, I nearly did it because you don't know if you saw me go like that, and I had to stop myself.
We say about spoilers in the chat. We've got to watch out for spoilers for each other. Here comes the corner now from QPR, and it's going to be an in-swinger from the far-hand side. Just stood here to take it. It's going to be crossed into the 6-yard box. There's a free header at the back here. My thing's gone down, Chris. Oh, no. And there's a header from McCauley. QPR and Akoli are battling for the ball here just to the south of the penalty area towards this near-hand side. A duel going on with Fatawu, and Fatawu has bundled him over, and it's going to be a free kick to QPR just near the throw-in line here towards this near-hand side, just in line with the edge of the penalty area, Chris.
I thought what you said then, I thought there was a penalty.
It looked like something was going on. No, it was outside. It was Fatawu. He was trying to tackle him from behind, and he just sort of pushed the man a bit, and he went down. It was one of those duels. I'm not sure if you can give that, really.
Yeah.
So QPR are going to have a free kick. It's going to be an in-swinger here. We've got one man in the Leicester wall. We've got everyone else back in the box at the moment.
Oh,
QPR,
pushing.
Yeah, getting a bit lively, isn't it? The free kick is about to come in here. We've got a one-man wall, which is interesting. And the ball comes in now from QPR towards the 6-yard box. It's going to be a header on it from McCauley here. Overhead kick from QPR, but it doesn't go towards the goal. It goes towards the top of the penalty area. Now Leicester can break here with Jordan James. Mukassa's going to 1-2 with him here. Mukassa's getting shielded off the ball, and he's going to hold on to possession. We do try and find Jordan James, though, in the space on the far-hand side. Ayu's pointing here. There's 5 players back for QPR with 3 Leicester players attacking. Mavididi, Ayu, trying to do nice one-touch football. Sliding tackle in the penalty area on Mavididi. Mavididi looks at the referee accusingly, but it's going to be a throwing to Leicester, I believe, on the far side.
Do you think the referees, I mean, I know people sometimes have been moaning about the referees this season, but I felt this when we came down last time, is that they do tend to let more go because they're not relying on VAR. They've got to make the decision.
I think that's it. Also, I do think they're very influenced by the players on the pitch, Chris. I think we've seen that in a few games this year where if enough players kick off on one team, I mean, Ipswich were trying this, weren't they? You know, I think you see quite a lot of that in the game for some reason now. I don't understand why it's turned out that way, but referees aren't quite what they used to be, are they?
No. But, you know, they haven't got that backup thinking, well, if I get this wrong, somebody's going to...
Very true. Very true.
Pick me up on it.
That's
I've just seen the guy. I don't think that was a penalty, was it, for Mavididi?
No, I think it was a good sliding tackle. When you go off your feet, it's difficult. QPR are trying to pass the ball back between the centre-back and the goalkeeper here. And we've got 3 Leicester players around them here, including Mukassa. They're trying to press through us here, and there's a nice bit of one-touch football by QPR. Comes into the centre of the pitch. Fatawu does really well there to get into a duel, but it does unfortunately fall back to QPR again to play it to the far side. They got Mbrangue coming over halfway here. He's got options ahead of him. He's played it off behind him to try and bring the game back in towards the midfield here. And now QPR are going to play it back to their defence, Chris, and just hold off trying that counter-attack. I
mean, we need Hull and Millwall to sort themselves out. 20-odd minutes gone in these games. At the 3 o'clock kickoffs, obviously Leicester 1, QPR 0, and Norwich 1, Preston 0. At the moment, but apart from that, there's all 0-0s out there.
That's it. The loose ball from QPR here, Chris, on the halfway. And here comes Mavididi again. He's seeing a lot of the ball today. He cuts inside. Jordan Ayers behind him, which is frustrating. Mukassa's ahead of him. There's a run here from Mavididi into the penalty area. Mukassa finds him. Can Mukassa find some space to get a strike off? Tries it. It hits the QPR player from the D of the penalty area, and it's going to be kicked out by QPR back over halfway to Ben Nelson. They had an opportunity there, but unfortunately couldn't find the space to get the shot away.
And you say, AU was behind, wasn't he? Unfortunately,
He was, but if it's a 4-1-4-1, then James and Mukasa are going to push up, and that nullifies the problem a little bit. It doesn't excuse it, though. You kind of want your striker to be a striker, don't you? And there's a QPR player down here at the moment, guys.
I mean, I'm sorry, I've got a smile on my face. I just can't, and for no reason. Don't think I'm in a goal or anything. But I'm just looking at this Leicester team, and you're thinking like, where has this team been all season?
Yeah, I think they've got in their own heads a lot, haven't they? I think they were expecting this challenge to be easier than what it was, Chris. I mean, you saw a lot of that in the preseason on the Instagram post. But actually, the reality is this league has changed in 2 years quite a lot as we've got a drinks break going on here. I think this league now has become a much more about your fitness as well as a team, because you've got to get back quickly, right? You've got to break quickly. And I think so much of that is something we've been quite lackluster at as a football team now for a couple of years. It has really compounded us. It's probably why Luton suffered last year as well.
Yeah.
Still got a drinks break going on, guys. Interesting enough, from the West Brom game, they're having a lot more touches in the opposition box so far, and they've had equal amounts of shots between them and Hull, but they've also had 60% possession, West Brom, so that's worrying.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel now and make sure you never miss another upload. Leave a like now. Ring the bell and never miss another video.
As you said that, it's West Bromwich Albion 1, Hull City 0.
It looked like it was coming, didn't it?
Well, it was against Southampton, to be honest with you. Yeah. I mean, let's have a look what that's done to the table. All home sides going ahead. I mean, where are West Brom are now on 40 points. They've moved up from 23rd to 22. Believe it or not, actually, Oxford have dropped down to 23rd.
Yeah, it seems really harsh on Oxford. But the interesting thing is, all these bottom three teams, ourselves included, are finding good form. The game is back underway now. Leicester are trying to push over halfway here, guys. But yeah, I mean, like, the good thing is we're kind of ahead of it, because we've started winning probably slightly before them. But if I was QPR, Chris, they might be getting dragged into a relegation scrap here.
Only, one place above us in 18th, 6 points clear. There's 9 games to go now after this. I mean, 2 wins or 2 losses, it all changes, doesn't it? This is just showing how important it is. You can't rely on other teams.
No, we've got to take accountability for ourselves.
Yes, Oxford had a good result, and but you can't just say, well done, Oxford. They can't sort of sit back on the laurels. They got the one. All right, they'll probably regret letting Charlton get that equaliser now.
They do. Ben Nelson's given the ball away around halfway, and he's dragged back the QPR player, and he's going to go in the book here. It was a silly one. Ben was trying to run past the QPR forward, Kone, there. Unfortunately, he had to drag him back on halfway, as he would have been through possibly one-on-one, and he's gone in the book, Chris.
Birmingham 1, Sheffield United 0. Doesn't really affect us, but there you go. I'll tell you anyway. Yeah, it's a case, obviously, with West Brom. Maybe they're getting a little bit like we were. They went 1-0 up, and they're suddenly going to start thinking, oh, shit, now, we've got to hang on to this.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, they did that last time, didn't they? So I think you've got a very good shout in what you're saying there, Chris. QPR once again trying to attack now, as I say, down this far-hand side. They've got the tag teaming up here from Mavrididi and Thomas to deal with, but they have slipped round the back. Skip is back, and he's going to clear it there, and it's going to go out for a QPR throwing right by the far side corner flag. So interesting how QPR are really still trying to play some ground-based, really good counter-attacking football against us as well. Nice back heel there to bring Kone into play to maybe get the cross in. And now the ball's back into play, and it's going to hit a Leicester player again, Chris, and go out for another throwing exactly where it was a minute ago.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I'm not worried at the moment.
No, one goal can change this, though. QPR are looking lively. I mean, the nice thing is, of course, Jordan James is having like a weapon, isn't it? That you can just unleash at any time, because his power he gets on his shots make them difficult, even if they're not top bins, So that's encouraging. Long throw from QPR coming in now. It's going to go in towards the 6-yard box. All the Leicester players are back, including Jordan Ayew there. Fatu is going to pick up that ball and bring it out to the north side of the penalty area. Tries to take it round one man here, and there's a foot on it from Mbenge. He's going to put it out of play, and it's going to be a throw to Leicester now on the far side, just outside our penalty area.
It's still 49-51% possession to QPR. Both of us have had 4 shots. We've got 1 on target. They haven't got any on target, but their XG is still better than ours. So I ignore XG now. I just don't understand it.
I mean, they've been in our penalty area more, but the thing is, of course, we took that great long strike.
Yeah, 10 touches in our box compared to 5 in theirs.
I'm saying there's a long ball forward here to Fatu. Unfortunately, it's gone slightly south of the penalty area, but he had a way through there. He cuts inside, tries to take it round the QPR centre-back. A bit of pushing around then. It's going to come out to Hamza, who's pushed right up here. Tries to play it to Fatu again, who's got a player right on him. And QPR are going to muscle us off the ball here on this near-hand side. That was a good opportunity there. If we'd been slightly more decisive and quicker, we might have had a goal-scoring opportunity. The ball was slightly overhit to Fatu.
Stoke City 1, Watford 0.
Yeah, nothing gained. Well, I was saying Stoke could be falling into this as well, the way things are going. Hey, Prashant as well, bud.
Yeah, hi mate, how you doing? I mean, Sheffield United have been 50, only on 49. Technically not safe yet.
No.
Obviously, the thing is, when you look at it and they think, oh, we're on 49, we're 8 points ahead, and complacency slips in.
Well, that's it, exactly. Coney's just been booked there for QPR because he dragged back Jordan James in a similar way to Nelson when he dragged back their player as well. So that's going to give us an opportunity. Good. Pass around the back here for Leicester now. Okoli down to Hamza Chowdhury. Got QPR pressing up here, but QPR are picking and choosing their moments when to press us. And it's interesting, we've been more of the counter-attacking team, ironically, in this game so far. But I like that. I think that's something this team needed to learn. They needed to learn how to be more incisive on a counter-attack and play through the lines quicker.
I mean, you Armchair said they're playing 2 up front, but we're winning.
Yeah, I mean, it changes slightly how you do things, but then you've got to say, you just got to work that little bit harder.
Yeah. That sounded like you were opening the can then, young man.
I was indeed, mate. I was topping it up. Because we're sharing the duties, I get to drink more. I love this.
Dear. Yeah, so it's looking good at the moment. We could do with, like I say, Hull sorting themselves out. But Hull, they're in 5th still. Won 3, lost 3 in the last 6. So they won last time out.
Ball's on the far-hand side here for Leicester. The QPR looking a little bit tired back there. Comes inside of Jordan James. He tries to slip it into the penalty area for Jordan Ayew towards the north side of the 6-yard box. Jordan runs it out low towards the corner flag. He's going to lay it off here to Mavididi. Excuse me, my voice is going. Being passed around.
The team that's looking more likely at the moment is Leicester.
Yeah, I think I nearly lost my voice there, Chris. I don't know what happened. Here comes Mikasa now outside the penalty area. I felt like my vocal cord almost broke or something.
Do you want me to? Are you all right? Or
1 second.
Football is an excuse to drink. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Cheers, all.
Test my voice. Oh, it seems like I damaged my voice there somehow. I'll keep drinking. That'll get us through it. Ball came across there into the 6-yard box, and there was a strike there from Hamza Chowdhury, but it's gone past the far post.
Ooh! Jordan Ayew, I'm just saying, obviously, I'm behind you, so I'm just reacting to what you were talking about. Jordan Ayew there, if he'd made better contact, who knows? I've got to say, fair play to Ayew. He got himself in that position, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, exactly. I think his positioning has been better than what we saw earlier in the season. And I think the nice thing is with Mikasa and James there, it also can make it harder for other teams to deal with. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
Are
you all right, mate? Do you want me to... Are you okay?
I think I semi-choked and I felt something pring in my throat.
Oh.
Maybe I've broken a vocal cord.
Let me know if you're just coming over there and doing a good
Long
Go.
throw into the box from QPR, bounces in front of Jacob, cleared out by Leicester. We need to clear that. It was a nice long throwing in there. I think drinking helps.
We all froze then for a minute, certainly at my end.
Well, I was just taking the opportunity. I think it's back now. I think I'm good now. I think I was just choking and trying to breathe and drink all at the same time. I need to just do one.
Could you just do me a big favour, though?
Yeah.
Could you sort of not choke till sort of we come off air? Otherwise, I've got loads of paperwork to fill in.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's like when you do your OnlyFans content, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. I'll take your word for that.
Not saying anything. Long ball forward from QPR here. Hamza's going to take it down, puts his foot through it and kicks it right back over towards the halfway line. QPR one-touch football to the centre, back out the back, and a little bit of pressure taken off. And the nice thing today is, Chris, like you said, I think QPR have tried to do some nice build-up play and trying to get the ball into the box a bit more than us. But when we've got the opportunity, we've not done the thing where we hold on to the ball and just lose an opportunity to create a goal. I think now we're much more thinking, right, can we just go get a goal straight away and outscore a team, which is a better place to be, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I think 4-2-3-1, it does work if you're counter-attacking.
It does. It's all about execution, isn't it? I mean, we said that with other teams. Like, look at Norwich. They've changed manager, but they stuck with 4-2-3-1. It's just the execution of the formation and the ideas. Ironically, for someone like me who loves formations, actually, it's not the be-all and end-all. It's how you play.
Yeah.
Ball back with Leicester now. Going to come down to Hamza again. Coley there, afro wearing forward, is chasing him around. He's got beautiful hair, that Coley, hasn't he? Unbelievable. Back to Coley, because we've got Coley marking a Coley. And up here to Nelson. Nelson's holding on to the ball. No rush here at the moment. I think we're looking for QPR to step up a bit more as they stand just to the edge of the circle, at the centre circle of the pitch. Now they're trying to press, and the Cody will come down here to Chowdhury, and Chowdhury's going to go to Mukasa. Mukasa spreads the ball up to the other side. Nice pass. Pounces up and it's Ben Nelson in the face, but he manages to control it. Thomas has come back in. We're going to go back to the defence again. We still fall into this little trap playing amongst the back, but for game management, I kind of think it's okay as long as you don't overdo it.
I do. It's just not all the time. Under Marty, under Rude, it was all the time, wasn't it? It's all right as part of the game, but
yeah.
I think I'll go mad if they do it at some point during this game and it costs us. But but under Marty, it was just all the time. It used to, you had Wout Faes and Yannick Vestergaard were the best passers in the league, but they were doing it to each other all the time.
Yeah, I'd agree. And also they do it towards the end of a game, for example, when you needed a goal, they'd just still be passing it around the back, and that would frustrate you, wouldn't it? So, I mean, I think we do have to manage fitness in some ways, because we're not convinced we've got the fittest team in the Championship, have we? Ball's just gone out of play there on the far side for a QPR throwing.
I don't think we have at all, to be honest with you, and I think we know that from those running stats that we used to see.
Yeah, Jacob took some good accountability there to kick the ball out of touch. He came running out of the penalty area to get a foot on it here. But here come QPR again, and we've got past Fatawu, who's back there defending. Hamza's trying to narrow it up in the middle. Ball comes across the edge of the 6-yard box, headed clear by Mavididi, who's back defending as well. Good to see them back being part of a team unit. And he'll come back out to halfway here. So QPR couldn't take advantage of that opportunity. But once again, some dangerous balls here. They're trying to use width against us. Cross again now into the 6-yard box. Same position. Once again, it comes all the way through. Mavididi will get it, and he's kicked it behind for a corner to QPR, far side.
Nothing changing in any of the other games, guys, at the moment. But at the moment, the table looks good.
We'll take it. QPR getting ready to take this corner from the far side. It's going to be an in-swinger as well. So see how this goes. Comes in now, goes into towards a 6-yard box, flicked on. It's come all the way through to Skip player, who's got his body in the way. Comes outside the penalty area on the volley, deflects, goes out for another corner, hits QPR. No, he's given a goal kick, even better. Dangerous opportunity that for QPR. Dangerous opportunity. But luckily for us, we'll take it. We got ahead on it. But outside the penalty area, there was 3 QPR players lined up there. There was no Leicester players. I get the idea of getting back to the wall, but it might be more clever to have someone positioned to be able to compete for that rather than allowing the shot to come off. And it actually looks like it is going to be a corner here, Chris. No, it is a goal kick. I was right my first time.
I froze again then, so...
Oh, no worries, mate. At least my voice feels a bit more confident now. I thought I maybe pulled my hamstring there.
Does that affect your voice?
Well, I think it all... I think for what we do here, Chris, it's kind of like this is our football impressions with our mouths, isn't it? I don't want to pull a strain anything, do I? You know?
If you're like me, you're kicking every ball under the table.
Oh, yeah, dude, totally. My legs are shaking all over the place and just sort of, you know... I mean, I should stand up to do this, really. I'll probably get proper more into it then. Long ball of QPR here on the far-hand side. Give me a nice battle going on with Ben Nelson here. And Ben Nelson's got a foot on it, but QPR are going to hold it here with Hayden. And it's gone out of play now for another corner to QPR. We're facing a lot of corners this half.
We are. We've let them back into the game a little bit, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we have. I think the thing is that we've only really had that long shot from distance. I think that, you know, if we can counter-attack and find another one of those, then we've definitely got the quality to take advantage of that. But it would be nice to see us more on the front foot here, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Getting ready to take this corner now. Here it comes in. It's a short one this time to the edge of the 6-yard box. Going to be played towards the D here. Going to be a strike from distance into the crowd. Hits Skip. Fatawu gets a foot on it there as well and clears it over the halfway line where we've got Jordan James running out here to chase it down. But unfortunately, it's all the way back to the QPR goalkeeper outside of his penalty area. A bit better there dealing with that one.
Yeah. I do like QPR's strip, by the way.
Oh, see, I'm not that keen on it, really. I don't know if I like green and white. I thought you were throwing down your pen in absolute indignation of what I said there. You're like, how can he not like a green and white kit?
No. That's the only exciting thing pre-season is seeing what the away strips are going to be like.
Yeah, I do like our pink one still. I got to be honest. I think it's our pink one's lovely.
I like the our third kit. I only just wish it'd go all the way around the back, though. The fact that they only do it at the front is a bit disappointing. There's been a goal, and that goal has come at Carrow Road. Norwich City 2, Preston North End 0.
Norwich marching on back up. Watch out for them next season with momentum and the summer behind, you know, the new manager. Going to be another corner here, I believe, to QPR. It's going to be a throwing. Either way, just going to see the replay now. QPR, once again, a lot of space here because they're playing a lot wider than we are. We're looking to narrow up the centre of the pitch. We're allowing the crosses into the box, and it's been hit there by Nelson. And it's going to go behind for another corner, Chris, this time near hand side.
These corners, they're building up and they're worrying me.
I told a lie. It's actually a throwing, but we thought it was going to be a long throwing, so everyone was back in the box. It's been thrown in now quicker than what we anticipate, but the cross is coming in. It's going to be AU there back defending to get a head on it here. It comes to the edge of the 6-yard box, and it's going to go out of play again. We're claiming for a throwing. We're going to get that throwing, and their winger Smythe has got his arms up in the air like, what are you talking about? It was definitely ours, but we survive it again. That's the main thing.
It is, and I'm going to just go and just check on my plants. Because then I'll be ready for half time. So over to you, young man.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I'll do the same at half time to make sure my voice isn't going to fall out of my head here. But thank you for sticking with us, guys. If you could hit the like button, we'd obviously really appreciate it. We've got 97 of you in. Thanks for joining us, obviously. Currently winning by 1-0. Jordan James's long-range strike, where QPR made a mistake of standing off him, and he unleashed a thunderbolt into the bottom left-hand corner of the goalkeeper's net there. Hamza's now going to have a throwing for Leicester here on this near-hand side, halfway into the Leicester City half. Going to take his time here, throws it over the halfway line into the central midfield position where Jordan James got bundled over. Referee says nothing doing, and it's going to fall back to the QPR centre-backs. We're not winning the physical battles very well in the central midfield anymore, which we were winning earlier on. So that's something we definitely need to work on. Ball comes to the far-hand side as QPR are going to come over halfway. Nice direct through ball down towards the corner flag on the far side. Crossed in by QPR. Cody's going to try and get a head on it. Bounces around. Comes out towards the southern side of the penalty area, the near-hand side. Hamza here's trying to match up and block the cross. Cross comes in again. Header on it from QPR. Goes up in the air and Jacob Stilach. How I got Hamza and Jacob mixed up there, I don't know. Goes up and grabs it from the sky, luckily. Very weak header. Wasn't really aimed at the goal. Just looped up in the air. there, and well claimed by Souttar there in the goal for Leicester. Going to throw it out to Luke Thomas. Now it's going to be pinged forward from the central midfield position, trying to find Fatawu. Fatawu takes on his man with a nice touch and a nice overlapping run from Mukasa here, who's going to come down this right side. Fatawu's overlapping into the box, and it's been cleared away there by Dunn, the centre-back. Sorry, actually, it's the other centre-back, Edwards. They signed from Southampton. He's going to kick it out of play here for a throwing on the near-hand side. We do, Andreas, well said, mate. We do need another. I think we survived a period here of 20 minutes where we've been losing out the midfield battles a bit, and we've allowed QPR to use their width to get balls in the box. And look, we can keep batting them away and try and do that all game, but we've got to try and put a stamp on this game as well now. We've got possession just outside the penalty area here, outside the D, trying to switch the play between left and right. It goes to the left to Mavididi, who's going to play it back now to Ben Nelson. Be a good idea to keep hold of possession here, but try and find an opportunity through. And now Hamza here is pushing up into midfield as well. We're going to go back to Akoli and Nelson. QPR with their banks of 4 and then a 2 up the top. Far hand side here is kind of Mavididi. Got 2 men on him. Dinks it in towards the 6-yard box. Headed away by Edwards there. QPR have got backs against the wall here. And it's going to be Hamza here to chase it down. And it's going to go out and play for a goal kick to QPR. So a nice little spell there. But unfortunately, we allowed them probably too much time to get themselves organised, which meant they shut the game down and made it very difficult for us to be able to get a shot on goal there. But still, we do lead by 1-0. QPR throwing it out from the back now. Going to be passed to the 6-yard box. And they're going to try and build from the back here as Chris is back with his snack. Sorry, you're eating, mate. Don't do what I did. I
was always doing the radio show in the morning, preparing for this and doing all the artwork, then nipping to bed for an hour. I don't get a chance to have eat anything in the morning.
Oh, long ball for the QPR. It's been kicked over Jacob, guys. It looks like it's going to be 1-1, and it is 1-1. And that is frustrating. Is there going to be an offside flag? No, and it is an equaliser, guys. It was a direct ball, unfortunately. We were just saying about this. And it is an equaliser, Chris, just on the verge of half-time. And what a mistake there. It just caught in the zone. It just got caught up in the zone, but no, between defence and goalkeeper. Keeper came, kicked it over the keeper, had an opportunity to put it into an empty net.
I mean, that was it me, or was that just seemed too easy?
It did. I think QPR worked out what they were trying to do going down the flank and just crossing it in we were dealing with. So it was a long ball from Edwards, the centre-back, straight through, like an American football punt, kicked over the goalkeeper who came out and flapped at it, and then an easy one to put in the back of the net. Amateur.
I mean, would you blame the goalkeeper there?
I think it's a 50-50. I mean, I think, to be fair, you would say it's a bit naive to think that the ball was going to drop inside the penalty area. It was a really good ball in defence of us there. I mean, it was just in that one place where it's going to cause that uncertainty. But maybe you just got to get your chest on it then and take the player down. I mean, I don't know. If you get there first, which he did, if you just get your chest on it rather than your hand, because he would have been outside the penalty area, he couldn't grab it. That's what made it difficult. If it was in the penalty area, he just would have grabbed it, but it just fell just outside the penalty area. Maybe a little bit of an experience.
I have to say, I think there's only going to be one team got a goal at the moment, and that was it. But it's this old Leicester failure, isn't it? Just before half-time again.
Yeah, true. And it's the ghost of the past that we know very well, but it's something we've got to face as a football club, Chris. So look, it's 1-0. It's Harvey Vale who got the goal, and he's obviously quite dangerous. And like Ronald said, we switched off slightly there, but yeah, they weren't expecting the long ball over. That's the truth of the matter.
Norwich 2, Preston North End 0. It's still West Brom beating Coventry. No, they're not. West Brom beating Hull, sorry. And it's still Millwall 0, Blackburn Rovers 0. So the table at the moment, we are back down to 22nd, guys. We're in the relegation zone.
God, this is going to be gripping watching for the next few weeks for us, isn't it? You think we've got 8 games to go after this, and we still need a few more wins yet. Leicester now trying to show a bit of urgency here, Chris. Fatu's been bundled over, and there's going to be a free kick to Leicester just outside of the centre circle in their half. I haven't seen what added time there is, to be fair, but I think it's only going to be a minute.
Yeah, I've not either, to be honest with you.
We've taken that. We just passed it straight back to the defence. Why didn't you go longer there, lads? What's the point? Anyway, Jordan James now plays it to Jordan A, who's back behind the attacking midfielder again. But anyway, it comes forward now with Nelson running into space, trying to slip it towards the left-hand side here, where we've got players overlapping, but QPR are going to win that second ball. They seem a little bit more quicker to have 2 or 3 players around us than we do. Long ball forward by QPR towards the halfway line, headed by Coley, trying to play it straight back in. Oh, and there was a misread there from Mikasa and Ayew, because Ayew didn't drop deep for once. He went forward, so Mikasa played it back behind him. That's the problem when you're misleading people, right? Long ball forward again, trying to bounce and do a duel for it. Ayew can't get on the end of it. Referee's looking at his watch. We must be nearly half time here, guys.
I've frozen, so
no problem. Back with QPR here, Chris. They're going to hold on to it for the moment. We've got Fataru here trying to press, maybe. No, we're all stood off them now. Interesting. Both teams are sort of only pressing from halfway inside the opponent's half, both Leicester and QPR. Long ball forward again from QPR, trying to do what they did a minute ago. This time it will just trickle through the Jacob, luckily, and it's inside the penalty area. He throws it out quickly to Ben Nelson. Is there going to be an opportunity to go forward, or is the referee just going to blow? We've got to get a move on here, guys. We seem to think pedestrian football is the way to do things. And Hamza's going to go across to Ben Nelson again, passing across the back too. We need to be able to find a second gear a bit better here. And the referee blows a half time, Chris. It is 1-1.
Yeah, I just think maybe we just got too excited because we won a game.
Well, I think the interesting thing about this is you could see that they were trending downwards the more the half went on. And the thing that caught them by surprise was the American football style punt from, the quarterback over the defence. And then, of course, like Carl said there, the goalkeeper got caught in no man's land. And if you've committed a lap point, you kind of got to, if you're outside the penalty area, get your chest on it. It bounced around chest area. Just go through the bloke and make sure you win the ball first. I mean, this is probably why I got sent off as a goalkeeper a lot in my career, but I'd have gone through him and I got there first. But he sort of shirked away from it.
Yeah. Well, look, Jim's here. You go away and sort yourself out, mate. And I'll bring Jim in and we'll talk. Jim, 106 of you in. Please do, gentlemen, click that like button. Jim, it was all looking so good.
Boy, oh boy. We've had so many games this year where it was a tale of halves. This was almost a tale of halves.
Yes.
Yeah. It was looking so good. I mean, there was a pep in your step.
I know.
There was a pep in the team step.
My 3-0's out the window, isn't it?
My 2-0's gone as well.
Yeah. I'm going to say, when I read you these details, there was only one team in it, and it is not the team in blue. 48 to 52%. 0.2 XG for us, 1.1 for them. We've had 5 shots, they've had 8. We both only had 1 on target, though. Touches in the opposition box, we've had 7, they've had 16. We've not had a corner yet, they've had 4. I mean, it's just... when you're looking at that, we're lucky to be 1-1, aren't we, really?
Yeah, we are. We came out, I thought we came out strong. We were attacking. I thought we were playing well.
Yeah.
We were winning midfield. We were winning a lot of balls in the midfield. I think Tom said that as well. And I thought we were defending well. And then we scored, which was great, a screamer. But then after that, they had the upper hand. They kept winning corners. They kept winning free kicks. Yeah, that was worrisome.
I've got to say, looking at this, I can only see one outcome.
No, come on. I was toying between 2-1 Leicester victory and a 2-0. I went with the 2-0. I was riding the wave of another clean sheet, like you, like others. But I still can see it's a 2-1 Leicester. We just need to come out and play that second half that we played the first half of the first half. I know that sounds crazy, but
we started off. We were really doing well with the counter attack.
We were, and we quit.
Then it just went, didn't it?
It did, and that's where my adage: just continue to attack. That's your best defense, is to continue to attack. We sat back like we did in a lot of our losing streak. We would just sit back, and they just kept hammering us. Now, they weren't hammering, but they were getting possession. They were getting throw-ins, corner kicks, an occasional free kick, and you're just asking for trouble. We didn't expect a long bomb from their center back, but
Well, I mean, look, we scored off a long shot. You could argue that they did as well, but look, I mean, West Bromwich Albion are winning at half time. Blackburn Rovers are drawing at half time. The table at the moment, we're back down 39 points, the same as Oxford. I mean, it was looking good. These are the games we need to start winning. I mean, I've said when you look at our running, we've got what shouldn't be on paper a difficult running apart from Hull and Millwall, but we can't afford to do mistakes like that, can we?
No, and like you guys said in pre-match, and we talked about the other day, they're all important. Every single game is critical, but this is an important one against the team that's in poor form. And then I think we let them in. We opened the door, said, "Come on in. There's cold beer in the fridge. Just come, get yourself something to eat. Just hang out for a while." We got to stop that.
Have a swim in the pool.
Have a swim in the pool. I think what Gary's got to do is just kind of recalibrate their mindset, because I think he's done a really good job in his games managing us of slowly recalibrating. This needs to be an express calibration. He needs to get in there, put some fire under him, say we need to continue to attack. And I think we're better than them if we do that. If we let them play around in our half, what do you think's going to happen? Once again, It was a one-off, that long kick that led to their goal. But I mean, they were toying with us anyway, and it was about ready to come anyway. Don't you agree?
Definitely. Thanks to Tommy's in the background. He just put that up there from AP, a £2 super chat. Thank you very much. All appreciated, mate. Always appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let's say this is what annoys me. If we were playing a QPR who were on top form, but they've only won 1 in 6, they've lost the other 5. All right, you could look at the table and go, well, look, we're the lower team, so we're expecting so much. But I've been very, very disappointed. We haven't caused them enough problems, I don't think.
No, well said. Well said. You got to realize this, not to do point counterpoint, but you love that. I think, look at us 5 games ago. I mean, we were coming in not just on the tails of a few losses. We were on a wicked losing streak, and we had to start somewhere. So looking at them, they're looking at it, hey, this is our time to turn it around. What Rowett's got to do is tell the players at halftime, stop it. Stop the bleeding. Get out there, play your football, play the way you started off, play the way you played the other day. I think they're capable. I mean, I think he had a capable lineup. He's going to have the opportunity to place to make some critical subs as the game goes on. He's got to look for who's not playing up to where they can play, whose legs are tired, and then make the appropriate subs.
Definitely. Can you see us? I mean, I know this is going to be silly asking you because you are a glass half full gentleman. Can you see us getting back into this and or do you think it's going to be, just end up now, as a draw?
No, first of all, I appreciate you calling me a gentleman.
Should have gone to Specsavers, as they say over in this country.
Secondly, yes, I'll give you the glass half full. I do think so, because I do think that we had turned the corner, and he's got the players, or he had the players playing the way he wanted them to. And we're going to see what he's made of, he being Gary, at halftime. If he comes out, the team starts playing like they should be playing, or they have been playing, yeah, I think we're in it. I mean, we're at home. You saw last week the way our home fans started doing the chants, and they were behind the team. The fans got to get behind them, and Gary's got to get them refocused. I think we can win.
A lot of empty seats again.
Well, you expected that. You really did. This is the non-happy fans' opportunities to make a statement. It's their prerogative. However, it's nice to hear the ones that are there cheering behind the team. And right now, the team on the pitch don't need to worry about anybody but the ones on the pitch, both sides.
Yeah.
Hello,
I mean,
my brother.
Hey, Jim. All right, bro.
All right.
Can you see us getting back into this, Tom? I've been very look. No, let me stick with Jim for this one because Jim is Mr. Positivity, so he can calm me down and build me up. Buttercup, as they used to sing. Are we getting too excited? We beat a pretty poor Bristol City side. And then suddenly we're predicting everybody's predicted a win in some form or another. Do we get carried away with one win?
No, it depends. We talked about that last week in the post-match. Remember, it's one game at a time. I think Rowett said it in his post-match as well. This was exciting. We celebrate, but every game's going to be important going on. If you take that mindset like he has, hopefully the team has, and we as fans realize, yeah, we play well, we can beat this team, and we should beat them, but we've got to play well. Now, I don't think we're getting too excited. We saw a nice performance last week, a pretty much 90-minute performance. Now let's go back it up by playing a second half like we played last week.
Do you make any changes, Tom?
I think maybe I'll take Jordan Ayew off for Patson Daka. I think like that's part of the problem we have got in regards to, and it's not just picking on Jordan. I just think it's the shape, and when we're getting forward, like Ramsey Mukasa probably go a bit more forward as well, then it doesn't quite work with him in that role. So I'd probably go with Daka second half. So yeah, but I think actually, look, this is the thing. I mean, like, old habits die hard with this football team. The amount of times we've been used to for the last 2 years playing around the back and holding on to the ball and blah, 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 blah. In the Championship, you've got to be able to have that impactful ability to be able to break through lines quickly. And we started to see that slip away again in that first half. And for me, it's a lesson we got to learn. So in some ways, it could be the best equaliser that ever happened for us if we can learn and push on from here. The worry is, do we have the mentality to do it and not let this get the better of us?
And to back Tom up, Chris, I think with Dak out there, just having pressure that back line. Because I thought they were playing around with the ball a little bit too much. But we weren't pressuring. Of course, there's no pressure there at all.
We 100% we need Daka on, and we need him on sooner rather than later. And I'm not confident of that because I've not always been impressed with Rowett's substitutions. It's not one of his strong points. Ben says, Chris, I can see us coming back. We just need to play like we did in the first 20 minutes. Advisor, maybe the first complete 90-minute match of the season last week, as in Tuesday, which is what I was saying. I agree, Tom, says Ben. Ayew off for Daka. I don't think Ayew should have been on, to be honest with you. When we were in the Premier League, we took one game at a time, and that's what we need to do now, says Andreas. Or Aribo. I mean, there are options, but we can't be leaving it until the 77th, 75th minute. We've got to do it now, haven't we, Jim?
No, we do. I mean, that would be the easy first change coming right out of the dressing room. Just put Daka on there and let him run because you need to change things quickly. That's what we need to do. And I think with making that change, you're telling the team we're going back to attacking. And I think that's going to put their heads in that direction.
I think we're kind of in that reactive position already now because QPR have got the upper hand for the last 20 minutes of this first half, right? So I kind of think it would look really bad on Gary Rowett now to not make a change before they do. I think it's our prerogative now to go and make that change, like you mentioned, Aribo and stuff like that. And there was another good question back in there, Chris, I just wanted to refer to, which came from Gary Thomas, saying, do you think the protest is putting extra pressure on the players? If I was a player, I would kind of I'd sort of view it as all I can do is what's on the pitch, right? I can't worry about things like that. And I think Gary Rowett's been saying the same, mate. So I don't think so, but maybe a small bit. But, I think it's beyond the football pitch, that, isn't it?
Let's be honest with you. The protest is not about the players.
No.
Maybe it would have been earlier in the season, but I think now, it isn't about the players. It's about the regime. The players have got no control over that. And so I don't think they'll let it bother them, if I'm honest with you. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering. We're doomed, I tell you, we're doomed.
No, that's it. Well, an interesting thing about it as well is, look, I mean, the harsh reality is for this group of players is they've taken quite a beating from the fan base this year, but ultimately it's not been good enough this year. And like all we're asking for as fans is just to stay up. You know, it's just to get enough wins in these last few games to stay up. So I think, look, just push yourselves beyond this point and go, what can we do now in the moment to make sure we're at least aiming for that minimum achievement? Because we haven't played well enough this year.
We haven't. And I'm just watching Leicester TV here, and they've got two players are talking, Steve Howard and Martin Waghorn. Now, to them, they don't give them your name, Pike. I know, I love that. You know, two players there that Jim. Well, you probably maybe don't remember them, but they never gave up. You know, they. I mean, I remember, and I spoke about this to Steve Howard when he scored that headed goal against Leeds, Tom, and he said he was absolutely knackered, but he just went for it. And he said how I got up to that pitch to be on the end of that cross to knob that ball in, I have no idea. I was just running on adrenaline. But that's not what we've seen, is it, all season?
No, and it does make you worry about the game of football in general with where it is, because you don't see as much of that as you used to, right? And that's what brought us all into it. You know, it's the ability to go beyond just the human nature of it, isn't it? But yeah, hopefully we can see some players do that, because they do owe us it as well.
No, they do. Jim, you went, well, all of us that went for a nil are being laughed at now. What did I write you down here? What did you go for, Jim? You went for a 2-0.
Yeah.
Are you going to go for a 2-1?
Well, I told you before I made my picks, I was going between a 2-1 and a 2-0. And like I said, I was caught up in the wave of we should be able to get another clean sheet since they were playing poorly. So no, 2-1 I can easily see, and we'll see it here. We'll see it here quickly. I think they're getting ready to start.
They are. They're coming back out. So we'll say thank you, Jim, and we'll see you at full time, sir.
Full time.
Take care, buddy.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye. There we go.
Did you see what Wayne just messaged us?
Who has Wayne?
Wayne just messaged us saying he's 2 seats behind Rudkin.
Oh, get the knife out, Wayne. Get the knife out.
Oh, no, don't be that severe. But no, we definitely, you know, but it's interesting, isn't it? We're underway here anyway, guys. You're not sure we're underway yet, Chris. Long ball forward from QPR here. I'm going to still reckon 3-1's correct. I think we'll get the second goal, and I think we'll get the third when QPR pressing onto us. Because Gary Rowett has been very good at making sure we're reinforcing that things we've been lacking this season, I feel. So no changes.
I should have gone with you, shouldn't I, really, in the timer?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yes, you're only slightly behind anyway, but the ball is back now with the Leicester defence is going to go back to Jacob here as Coley pushes them forward. I've got to be careful.
Can I just say, by the way, when I said that, I am not having to go at John Rudkin, okay?
No, be careful,
it's not that way. It's only the way that we always say. It's a saying, isn't it? That, you know, I'll just take that knife out my back, you know? So
Yeah. Because
I abhor the chants that were made towards John Rudkin earlier in the season, the Norwich game. That was not required at all. Yes, he's got his faults. We also have to remember some of the good things he did for the club as well. He was here during the successful years. Let's not forget that.
Yeah. I mean, there's a free kick in the QPR for Leicester. QPR have just bundled over Jordan James about halfway into their half, Chris. Not to try and to change the topic too much, but it was a foul here, and it's going to be an opportunity to maybe ping it up here early into the penalty area. We've got everyone up, including the centre-backs guys as well.
No changes, by the way.
No, interesting. I wouldn't leave it too long, though. I definitely would consider my thought being in Dakar on. Here comes the free kick now. It's going to be played actually down to this near-hand side, but there's a load of space for Mavididi. 2 QPR players trying to track back here. Crossed in from deep towards 6 yards box. Cody gets a head on it. Comes all the way out here to Hamza. He's going to ping it up to the far side here for Fatawu. Fatawu with a bit of space here, trying to jinx inside. Tries to slam a shot off, and it hits the centre-back, and it goes for a goal kick.
There has been an equaliser. at the game between Birmingham and Sheffield United. It's Birmingham 1, Sheffield United 1.
Mm. And a good point on John Rudkin there, and actually I agree with this. The thing is, there was other people around him who have since left the club, and since he's been left on his own, it has declined. You remember the Jamie Vardy thing, where Vardy was suggesting there was people not agreeing with him, and they've been pushed to the side. It does make you wonder. We're not saying we don't know, but there's trends that seem to be unfolding here.
Well, you all remember I have to be very careful what I say.
Well, we all do. And look, it's nothing personal. That ultimately, like Craig has said on this channel before, he's a man with family and kids and all the rest of it.
Yes,
we don't want to go too far, but it just isn't a good look for the football club when there seems to be a trend in a direction, especially with the Premier League financial reportings on our breaking of the PSR rules, which indicate things.
Yes, yeah.
And that's all legally binding and out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you say, he has family and everything as well. We should respect that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's not personal. It's just professional. Here come Leicester down this near side now. Luke Thomas trying to find Mavididi. Mavididi jinks inside past 3 QPR players. He's looked lively today. Good spreader play out to Fatawu, who's got some space. Need to do more of this. Fatawu's got 2 players as he comes towards the edge of the penalty area here. Looks like he's going to try and jinx inside. No, he lays it off back into Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas plays it inside. One touch with Skip there back to Thomas. Need to be a little bit more incisive and trying to pass forwards here, guys. We seem to be very good at passing it to each other, but we're going to lose the ball again, and QPR are going to come out with it here and try and play it out for a throwing to themselves off a Leicester body. But the problem is like I say, we're just passing it to a guy we see. We're not trying to pass forwards, Chris.
Yes.
Try and pass it through the line into the penalty area, get someone on the end of it. Why not? Why are you holding on to the ball there? Because it gives them opportunity to get bodies back.
Sometimes I think we can be, and I'm including myself in this, we can be overcritical. You know, we're sat here watching it. If we were on the pitch there doing it, trying to have to make a quick decision, it's...
Oh, QPR have scored, Chris. I'm so sorry. The ball came in. I was just singing. It's an own goal from Ben Nelson. Okay, the cross came in from QPR low from the south of the penalty area. Ben Nelson slid across. Jacob was diving behind him to make the save, and he hasn't communicated well. It's hit Ben Nelson and gone into the empty net. 2-1.
Yes. Yeah, I've just seen, literally, as you were saying, it just came up, and QPR are celebrating, kicking the spare ball into the crowd. 2-1.
That's 2 moments where you think there's not a lot of danger there, and we've conceded. Worrying. Oh, what's he done? I mean, Jacob there, firstly, came out diving for it, and once again, it makes you ask questions. I mean, and then Ben Nelson sliding across there in front of the goalkeeper and kicks it past his own goalkeeper into the back of the net. Absolute crap show. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, QPR's relegation fears are going to be alleviated at this rate today.
Yeah. I mean, can you blame Nelson for that?
I think it's funny. Both the goals, you can look at both Jacob and Nelson as the 2 culprits of making some poor communicative decisions together. And that's outside of the point of trying to play a stable back, defensive unit, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I look at own goals, and look, players don't, necessarily go out to score an own goal. But are we, there, like you say, what was the communication?
Here come QPR again, Chris. They're going to strike from outside the penalty area. It deflects here. Jacob's come out for it again, and he's got there ahead of the player, luckily, otherwise he would have been in again. But, I know what you're saying. If he stood off it and it went in and he looked like he was stood there, it looks even worse, doesn't it? I agree with that totally. I just think communication, again, right? And I was giving Jacob a lot of credit last game. I said, I think his shouting's got better, and I think there's been a bit more trust with that defence in him, but it seems to be falling apart again here under a little bit of pressure.
Leicester now are down to 23rd with 38 points.
We're in a battle, guys. We're in a battle, and we've got to show some mettle, like Gray has said there rightly. We've got to show some mettle now. Not passing around the back like we're doing here, guys. You've got to start passing forwards. Make these passes count. And if you give the ball up, don't worry about it. Just win the second ball. Deary me. Back with our defenders now, Chris. Going to come down to Luke Thomas here on this near-hand side. Once again, we're doing the pass around the back.
For us either. West Brom's still leading and Blackburn's still drawing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest surprise. Blackburn probably not being 1 or 2 down by now. I mean, it shows you they're showing a bit of mettle, aren't they? You know, and a lot of teams down there, Chris, have got this. I mean, that's the thing us and West Brom have been questioned on the most.
Yeah. I mean, we've still got 40 minutes.
Oh, cross from Luke Thomas towards the back post. Fatawu is going to come down. Mukasa, is there an offside? No, there isn't. Hamza Chowdhury takes a minute there to lay it off. We've allowed QPR to get players back. Hamza's now in the penalty area. Tries to lay it off to Mukasa. Cody comes back in for QPR and all the way back to Ben Nelson. We're pushed right up on him here, Chris. Here comes Mavididi now on this near-hand side. Crosses it in. No one there over the head of Jordan Ayew. Lack of accuracy there. And now Cody's going to pick it up and it's going to be a counter-attack for QPR. 1v1, it's Nelson versus their right back in Bwenge, who's burst all the way forward and he's gone all the way back to Jacob. Luckily, Ben Nelson won that one. Deary me!
Of all that, we hit the crossbar, didn't we? With the cross,
we did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Deary me!
Bit of a chaotic couple of minutes there.
It's nice to see a bit of fight back, though. We're going to have to gamble a bit now. We're going to have to, get call for the next card in blackjack when we're stood on 12 here. I think, or 13, right?
I mean, do you think? I was going to ask you, and then he's played it out short again.
Corner.
But do you think we're going to sit on this, or QPR will sit on it? I mean,
I don't know. I don't think they're playing the same ways as. Yeah, the goalkeeper got a hand on it and tipped it onto the crossbar from Fatawu, didn't they? Yeah, no, I don't think they will. I think because don't forget QPR are playing a different style of football to us, and they're much more championship orientated, which has been part of our downfall this year. Corner from Leicester now, near hand side. Fatawi's going to do an outswinger. Going to go all the way back to the edge of the 6-yard box. Going to be headed clear. No one competing for it there. Down to Mavididi, just outside the D of the penalty area. We go back to Hamza, who's going to try and find Fatawi, but it was a sloppy pass straight to a QPR body. And they've got opportunities now. And they'll be looking, Chris, to counter us from these positions as well, the more we push onto them.
This is when you need Daka on, though, isn't it? Not Ayew.
I think we should have made a change at half time. I don't understand why we don't do a lot more of that. I think it makes an impactful start, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. Like I say, the one question, the big, huge question for me that hangs over Gary Rowett is his substitutions.
Yeah, because he's very reactive, isn't he? I think there's something to be said for giving a bit of faith in the group. But the problem is that you've also got to, I think, be a bit more assertive with them, a bit more honest with them. I don't think we can mollycoddle them.
Millwall 1, Blackburn Rovers 0, everybody.
I was hoping I'd fallen behind you then.
Sorry?
I was hoping I'd fallen behind you then.
Yeah, sorry, guys. No, I wouldn't shout that out because you're commentating at the moment. But, Millwall 1, Blackburn Rovers 0, 56th minute. They are now down in 22nd. On goal difference below Oxford.
Yeah, good stuff. Skip here's got the ball from Leicester. One touch to Mukasa. Kind of come up to the far side here with Thomas. Mukasa's coming inside. We need to get Mukasa more involved in this game. Down to Mavididi here. He's one-on-one just inside the edge of the penalty area. He's gone through 2 of them. It's hit an arm there. The referee's not going to give that, though. Bounced up and hit the arm. And it's going to go out of play for throwing to Leicester right on the halfway line. Yeah, so we're putting them back under a bit of pressure here. Gary Rowett's trying to get behind the boys here and push them forward a bit. But I would like to see a change, like you said, Chris.
I think now it's all right being reactive to what the opposition do, but then make them react to what we do.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I think that's part of it, isn't it? I think you've got to pick and choose. That's what a manager's paid to do, Chris, isn't it? But it is interesting how it's definitely fallen into the reactive category so far for Rowett. It's the only small criticism I got of him, really.
It's probably the only criticism I have of him.
Sloppy pass from Ben Nelson here, and it's going to be QPR on a counter-attack again. This is the worry now because Ben Nelson's having a shaky game of it here, and it's going to come out of play for a throwing to QPR right halfway into our half.
Do you consider taking him off? But then who do you bring on?
Yeah, I mean, you can go for Lascelles in a straight swap, couldn't you? I mean, I just don't know. I don't think Lascelles is as mobile as Nelson, but he looks to be getting frustrated as well.
And he's on a yellow card.
Yeah, fair point as well. It means it's limited. It's going to be a long throw here by QPR. Note they take it short and it's going to come outside the penalty area, halfway into our half. They're going to cross it in from deep here. Going to go all the way to the back post. Header on it from QPR. It's over the top of the crossbar. Nothing to be worried about, luckily. But still, they've got their centre backs here when they get these long throws going up and trying to contribute from the set piece thing. Have they been learning from Arsenal? Arsenal seem to like to do this nowadays. It's a new common thing, isn't it, to get these big players forward at any opportunity. And of course, we do lack that in Leicester. We lack that bit of physicality at times.
But we used to do that all the time, didn't we? With Tags and Matt Elliott and
Morgan.
We up with Matt Elliott scoring 2 goals.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's surprising how we've not really taken that into consideration. I do look at our team now and go, we're not the biggest team anymore. And like, you can't just try and outplay teams all the time. It's not part of football, especially in the Championship. You've got to be more balanced. Here come QPR again, Chris, on the far-hand side. Going to cut inside with Smythe, who's going to take a shot from distance to flex. Xhaka bits his hands across there and blocks it, and it's going to go out for a corner on the near side. Oh, QPR looking dangerous on the counter here.
Yeah.
Oh. Frustrating. Jordan Ayew there was just stood there and watching Mikasa do all the work. What's he doing? Get Jordan Ayew off, please, please. He literally was right there, Chris. And the guy got around him and Mikasa because he wasn't putting a shift in. QPR would have 2 players there doing that. Corner, and it's in, and it's 3-1. Yep, it's fallen apart, guys. Cheers, everyone. It is 3-1. I apologise. I looked up and the ball was in the back of the net. It's Ronnie Edwards, the centre-back. Defence was not there. Well said.
You like missing goals, don't you?
Well, I just literally looked away to pour some more beverage in my glass, and then I looked up and Ronnie Edwards was completely free just outside the 6-yard box, and the in-swinger came in. He heads it into the back of the net. Oh, dear.
Game over, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like their heads are fully dropped now. They don't look like they got it in them.
But
Worrying.
Why weren't we making changes at 2-1 down?
Well, exactly. We should have done it at half-time, Chris, I think. And Cody was stood behind him. There was no one getting in front of him. And like there was 3 QPR players stood in front of the one Leicester player going for it, and that was a Cody. Everyone else was about 3 or 4 yards away from him.
Yeah, and they've got a squad that's absolutely injury ravaged.
Yeah. Like most Championship teams do. Most Championship teams have got 5 or 6 players out at the moment, haven't they? Including some of the more key players. Oh, dear. We need to find something now from here. It's going to have to be a cracker. Game's back underway. But yeah, you can just see that little bit of frustration in the group. And the problem is we are mentally weak, aren't we?
Well, I thought we were getting over that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly. But then QPR just look like they're up for it more today, which is the frustrating thing. I do get a bit funny with this team. Like, we seem to score a goal. Look at us, pat on the back. Look how well we're doing, everyone. We scored a goal. And then it's just kind of like we don't have to do anything now. We've done it. You got to play for 95 plus minutes now, boys. Come on.
Yeah.
Changes for Leicester coming up. We're going to see Patson Daka, I believe. No, I don't think we are, actually. It looks like it's going to be Harry Winks and it's going to be Bobby Daka. No, it's a triple change. It is going to be Daka as well. So coming on is going to be Daka. We're going to have Winks coming on and we're going to have Decordova-Reid coming on at a triple change, guys. Coming off is Jordan Ayew. Skip is coming off as well. And also Mikasa is coming off. So it's going to be a same formation.
In fairness, Mukasa's not had his best game, has he?
No, I think it's been difficult with Jordan Ayew up there. I think it's difficult for him to know where to be. And he's tried to link up with Jordan Ayew and he keeps changing his mind if he's actually going to press or he's going to sit deep. And it's been very unconnected between them.
100%, Ronald.
I think you could have done them at half-time, or at least Daka at half-time.
Yeah.
And skip for Winks is interesting because we're giving up that sort of defensive cover now to try and go a bit more forward, but then we could get cut apart here. And you talked about goal difference at the start of the show, Chris.
I did. Words fail me. Words totally fail me.
The long ball forward from QPR here into Leicester half. Header on it from Luke Thomas. Going to come to Bobby Decordova-Reid to get his first touch. Here comes Mavididi now. Decordova-Reid goes into this left-hand space on the in their side, and it's going to be tackled out by QPR, but Leicester are going to have a throwing. We get one back, it can swing back in our favour, but, we've got to get on with this. Jordan James here has got the ball. He's going to play it off here, and it's going to come down to the left-hand side of Mavrididi again. We're just not eager enough to get it in. Winks is now going to spread the play across to the centre of midfield, but once again, all QPR players are back. We're trying to pass through them into the penalty area there for Begovic, who's everywhere at the moment, and he's trying to play a ball through, and it's going to go behind for a goal kick. It was misread. Lack of connectivity in the final third there.
We're pretty much together now.
Oh, good. Feel free to...
61-41.
Yeah, the goalkeeper's got it in his hands, yeah.
Yeah. Is that the time you're on?
I can't quite see because of something on the screen.
Ah, okay.
I can tell you now. 61-58.
Yeah, we're a second out now.
Oh, amazing, isn't it? It always works out well in the end. Hopefully that'll be a case for Leicester getting a goal back here, and maybe we can change this. A loose pass by QPR there. Jordan James is going to pick it up. But once again, we hold on to the ball a bit too much. Got to play it forward. There is space now on the far side for Fatu. It's over hit from James. It's out for a throwing. Oh, dearie me.
I mean, Paul said there, a case of one step forward, two steps back, 100%.
Yeah, that's it. And we're not giving it the big one, mate. Come on, calm down. When were we giving it the big one? I've never given it the big one on this channel. Always been reasonable.
It's just opposition fans coming in and trying to wind us up.
Yeah, which is fine. Let them do it. Not a problem. I find it interesting because I kind of go like, it always comes back to bite you in the ass when it's your team doing this thing. So I'd never do it myself. Yeah. So it's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, what do you expect us to do? If it rolls the reverse, you'd be cheering up your team. I mean, when was the last time you were in the Premier League? Oh, yeah, who took you out of the Premier League? Was it 6-1 we beat QPR that time?
Yeah, it was 6-2.
They got relegated?
Oh, yeah, it was 5-1, wasn't it, on the final day? We did that.
Yeah, final day, and we just sent them down. And, when was the last time they won anything?
Oh, goodness me, I can't remember, mate.
We've had the World War since then, haven't we?
I was going to say, was the Milk Cup still around?
Oh, God knows. Cross
into the far side from Leicester. Going to be a head on it from a QPR player. Fatu was trying to compete for it. It's going to go out for a throwing to Leicester here on the far-hand side into their half. So Luke Thomas, long throwing opportunity. No, it's going to go back to Hamza to take it. And Hamza goes back to the defence of his throwing. Oh, I get so frustrated by this, Chris, because why do they always go back to the centre-back as unmarked? Why not throw it in and compete for it in the box?
Yeah, I suppose we kept possession, didn't we?
Yeah, but we've shown today so far that's not working for us. Why not try and compete for that second ball more? I just don't get it. It's bizarre. Far side, Fatu going to be crossed in there. Begovic crosses it across, cleared out at the top of the 6-yard box. Falls all the way back towards the halfway line again, where it's going to be picked up by Luke Thomas. Makes an easy pass.
I mean, half of us weren't born then, Paul.
No, 20 years before my time, mate. 20 years before I was even a sperm anywhere. Anyway, back for the back two here.
Luke Thomas. Now that has.
Sorry, bud. I mean, I look my age. I look older because obviously, life happens, and being a Leicester fan ages you. It really does. Today's age.
I'm 21.
I was going to say you were 21, like literally, yeah, and it's just aged you so much. Leicester trying to come forward now. One-touch football, come out to Hamza. Oh, he should have had a strike there. Here comes Begovic, slides the ball in. Fatu's got to win a ball there, and it's going to go behind for a corner. Right, we've got to get on the end of this. Come on. And we played a short call.
We're still winning at Hull as well, 1-0. Blackburn are still losing at Millwall. Sheffield Wednesday still holding Ipswich 0-0.
Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. What a league this is. You just can't predict it, can you? And we try our best. Leicester have got the ball now on the far side. We've got so many QPR players back, though. Crossed in from deep, straight to a QPR head at the front of the 6-yard box. Hamza heads it back towards the penalty area. And now QPR are going to drill it forward here, going for that long punt. There's a header on it there from Nelson to read that well. Well done. So it wasn't Nelson. It was... I can see it was actually, to be honest, but it wasn't Nelson. Nelson's bigger than him.
Did you see the James shot?
Yeah.
I mean, what? I mean, for God's sake, if that had gone in. It was a good save by the goalie, to be fair.
Yeah, it was, but...
Could have had two, but we can't. We've got to start scoring from inside the box.
I still don't like how we seem to always go for the throwing in towards the defenders and the passing around the defenders a bit too much. I think we're still making it hard for ourselves here. Could be, Craig. Good point. We could be going down. You know, we'll see. Long way to go yet. QPR, I've got a player down here, guys. Ultimately, I've said this year. We've not been good enough.
Again.
Huh?
I think you've jumped ahead again.
Either that or I'm behind you. We'll see. But I'm seeing the QPR fans in the corner at the moment. There's a QPR player on the deck.
Yeah, I'm on 66.49. I think you've probably gone ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm 67.21.
Yeah.
There's no 6-7 jokes in here, guys. We're way too old for that shit. QPR to take the free kick now with the goalkeeper, and he's going to play it over the halfway line towards the edge of the penalty area. A bit of a duel there going on between a Coley and Kone. And it's going to bounce around, and QPR is just going to flick it forward. That's the difference today. QPR are willing to flick the ball forward and compete for the second ball. We're willing to pass it around the back and try and play silky football through, which is not going to work all the time. You've got to show a bit of mettle. Free kick to Leicester. Maradidi was pulled there on his shirt.
Rowett's looking not very happy.
No, he looks very unhappy with the fourth official, doesn't he? Here comes Fatu, who's managed to turn him Mbembe there, and he's been dragged. He's been kicked over there. It's going to be a free kick to Leicester. That should be a yellow card. Sliding in from behind as Fatu was trying to pull away. And I can't see if the referee is going to give the booking there, but he should do because Fatu was through. Here we go again. Oh, there's a silly little back heel there from Fatu, and no one was there, Chris. So he tried to take the free kick quickly, and we've given the ball up to QPR again. Just a lack of connectivity with knowing who's doing what. And there was a bit of space on this far side for QPR, and there's been a bundle over there from Mavididi. Linesman says nothing. QPR are going mad over that. Mavididi got away with one there. Now he's gone down because of Coley sliding in, and it's going to be a free kick to Leicester. Tension's starting to boil over a bit here. Only reason you go down those point section. Well, we'll see. They're still challenging that, aren't they? Well, we'll see what happens with that. I don't think we've been good enough this year anyway. We've not shown enough really so far. We've got to do more.
No. Interesting that I don't know that this has ever happened before, that two teams from the same club get relegated in the same season.
Oh, you mean Rowett?
No, the women.
Oh, really? They're doing bad as well, aren't they? Yeah.
They're at the bottom, yes.
Shows you sign Instagram stars over quality footballers. That's what you get, layman. Leicester got the ball now, playing it over the halfway line. It's going to come up here to a Coley. We're trying to push onto them here into their half, but we found it hard all day to compete through the middle here. I've got plenty of numbers playing this 4-4-2, and now it's going to go to Fatu, who's got two men on him, but he's trying to take on his man. Been shrugged off the ball by Norrington Davis there, really easy, and it's going to be cleared out for a throwing to Leicester halfway inside their half. Not winning our duels there either today.
I mean, where's this Rowett that changes formations and plays around?
It's bizarre, isn't it? I can't put my finger on it. I felt last time against Bristol City, we probably should have gone for a different formation. And he did do it at Oxford. He played 6 formations within 20 games. Yeah. I mean, they weren't too dissimilar from each other, but he changed it during games. And I'm not seeing that with us. I'm seeing us very much stuck in this thing, which we've been doing for a long time and failing at. And it could be the biggest problem for us, Chris, this, because I kind of feel if we don't freshen up the formation to give the players something new to focus on, they're not going to break out of these old habits, which have got us in this mess in the first place.
Yeah. Gray, you go to church tomorrow morning, young man, and ask the priest for forgiveness.
I even got that one, and normally they go over my head. Well done, mate. Substitutes for QPR coming up here is going to be one by the looks of it, or maybe two, because it looks like Poku's there as well. Just seeing what the board is going to say here, guys.
Oh no.
Right, for QPR, we've got Morgan.
70 minutes gone. There's been a goal between West Bromwich Albion and Hull City. It's now West Bromwich Albion 2, Hull City 0.
I predicted they win this game in our preview show, didn't they? But I didn't predict they beat a draw with Southampton. So, oh dear. Right. Yeah. Morgan's off for QPR, and it's going to be, I believe, Poku coming on. Oh dear. To make matters worse, Chris, I need to use the facilities. You're right covering me for 1 minute?
Yeah, of course I am. Of course I am.
Be right
Leicester
back.
now, yeah, sure, mate. Leicester are currently enjoying 60% possession. We were just doing fuck all with it. Our XG is one behind. It's 0.39 compared to 1.49. And this is it. The home team, we have 8 shots. They've had 13. I mean, it's embarrassing. It is totally embarrassing. Yeah, we're getting touches in the opposition box now, but oh, the excitement that we had from midweek. It's no good. Win one, lose one. We can't. That's not going to keep us up. Now, is that a free kick? No. Mamadidi takes a quick throw in. Winks here, trying to get the ball. He's still got a hold of it. Here comes a Coley from the back. Playoffs much too hard, for fuck's sake. Like he was passing to somebody on the front row.
It really does make me question what they do on the training pitch, because I'd want my players. I don't know if you have to be a manager. I want my players to kind of know where my teammates are going to be without even looking. I kind of think you can do that on the training pitch. It's like today with AU and Mukasa in particular, they were guesswork every time at the top end of the pitch.
Do you know Liverpool, when they were successful back in the day, do you know what the majority of their training was?
Let me know.
Matches. 5-a-sides, 11-a-sides. So they got used to how to pass the ball to each other, and the first team would always play the reserve team. I say the first team, Do you want to take it back over, mate? Because I'm just feeling as sick as anything here.
No worries, mate. Yeah, QPR were trying to get the ball there. Now, Decordova is going to ping one long for Fatu. We tried to do what QPR did against us when they scored, except their goalkeeper's got there first and put his foot through it. And it's going to go out of play for a throwing to Leicester, just past the far of the halfway line on the far side. Well, a goal can still energise us. We've still got 15 minutes plus added time, but we definitely need to get that goal. And we're making hard work of it again. And what frustrates me even more, again, is once again, we need to show urgency in getting the ball in the final third and going, we're going to compete for it in the final third. Because what we're doing so far is letting time tick away by trying to be a bit too technical with things. And now, once again, Mavrididi's given the ball away on halfway, and it's going to come down here to this near-hand side. QPR have kept the ball in here. There's going to be an opportunity for a cross. It's dinked in. It's hit the back of Thomas and gone out for a QPR corner. QPR know how to play us here. They know we're going to kind of overplay it and we're going to give the ball away. And their forward there, their right back in Brango, who's run his arse off today, is down with a calf problem.
I mean, I'm just saying here, XG 0.39 to us, 1.49 to them. We've had 8 shots to their 13.
Yeah. We're still a bit like one-trick ponies for me. There's still not enough extra we're adding to the game, and they've got to get a move on with it because teams can literally know what they're going to expect with Leicester. Corner comes in now. It's going to be an in-swinger towards the back of the 6-yard box. Headed clear there really well by Jordan James. Comes outside the penalty area. Fatu doesn't win the battle there. It's going to come in towards the back post, headed over the crossbar by QPR. Could have been 4.
I mean, we got the majority of possession. We're nearly up to 60%. We're touches in the opposition box 17 to 21, so we clawed that back. But
ineffective touches.
There is. It's just, oh fuck! Did we do there?
Once again, I look at us and go, we're not a team. We're individuals, all with these ideas, but nothing's matching up still when we're at our worst, which is the annoying thing.
I mean, Keith says there, bottle gone. I mean, I don't think we had Bottle, did we?
I think we're mentally weak. I think as soon as someone pushes against us, it's kind of like the 3 little pigs in the house made of straw, isn't it? And it just blows over in a bit of wind, doesn't it? You've got to show some battle. Unfortunately, guys, you're not at the top of the league anymore. You can't do what Coventry are doing or Southampton are doing and passing the ball around and playing nice football. You've got to be willing to battle. You've got to be willing to fight. Elbows out, lads. Come on.
Yeah. 3 shots on target, 3 goals, like you say.
Here come Leicester countering though over halfway, but QPR have got 5 players back straight away. Slip ball through to Daka here. He's gone down the penalty area. No, referee is saying no. Look, he's given it. No, he's saying goal kick.
No, it's not a penalty.
It wasn't a penalty. It was hip to hip. You know, he did hip check him there, but you won't get those in the Championship. Oh, I don't know. Actually, looking at it from the other angle, if the referee from the front, it probably was.
That's a penalty.
I think it is a penalty. I think he hasn't gone down like that, like Jordan Ayew would. I think actually he firmly got hip checked there by Dunn, the QPR centre back. But the problem is he was moving away from goal as well, and it was going to go out. So I don't think refs are going to give them.
When it's against you, it's against you, isn't it?
If he'd seen it from the other side, I think he'd reconsidered that one, actually. But seeing it from the back, it kind of looks like, yeah, it could be a 50-50, right? So a good bit of the dark arts there.
I think VAR would have said go and have a look at the screen.
I think so. I think he might have given it. Here at QPR now, Chris, on the right-hand side here. But, I mean, they haven't got really the desire to maybe get it in. But they're still going to put the ball into the box there. Nelson's going to put a foot on it. But he wasn't really looking, and he sort of passed it to another QPR player. Once again, individual faults, but not passing to a teammate. You can't regain possession if you're going to keep kicking it to QPR players all the time.
There's no I in team, but there seems to be in this Leicester team.
I mean, it makes you question the commitment, doesn't it? Changes for Leicester. Ricardo's going to... And so's Aribo, I believe. Oh, Richards. Off comes Hamza. Probably wise for fitness, maybe. But how does this play now? This is a change of formation with Richards coming on. Looks like we're going 2 up top. I imagine this might be 4-4-2 now. And Ricky's on for Hamza.
Yeah.
I get annoyed with Hamza. I really get annoyed with him. Because
he's given 70 minutes, James. Would you have taken James off?
I think you kind of got to watch out a little bit for his fitness, you know, but then I probably wouldn't have had Skip off at this point if we were going to make this change. I think you want to Skip there if you haven't got James, right? Trying to see how we're lining up here now with the shape. I mean, we've got 4 at the back still. Then it's Winks. Declan David-Reid's gone into centre mid. Interesting. Risky.
Bit late, though.
Yeah, a little bit. There's been a foul there on Mavididi there as we tried to counter-attack. Yellow card for the centre-back Dunn, who should have been done for the penalty perhaps as well.
I mean, the first substitution's done in the 61st minute. I mean, you know, that's earlier than he normally goes, isn't it? It
is. I mean, but if I would only do that if we were winning a game 3-0, leave it that long. I think you'd do it at half-time or before if you're losing or drawing a game to try and put some vibrancy into it. Free kick to Leicester again. Varane's come on as well for QPR. That's not helpful. He's very dangerous. Yeah, well said, Wolves. I think Oxford's effort is actually what's going to get them out of this. And I think the thing is, it's like, I look at us and go, have we got the tools to fight a relegation battle? And today, once again, mentality's been the biggest problem for me.
I think also the standard of play hasn't been brilliant today.
No, we can't rely on worldies. That's literally going back to Cifuentes, isn't it?
Yeah. Watford have got 1 back against Stoke. Ipswich have got a second against Sheffield Wednesday.
Well, they finally broke them down. Here's Richards now on the far side. Dinks it in towards the 6-yard box. Oh, Daka needs the head of that. It's gone over his head. If he got a touch on it, it would have been a goal. Cleared out by QPR back towards the halfway line. Nice first touch there from Richards. Had 3 players on him and dinked it into the 6-yard box. But Daka should have done better. He just needed to get his head on it and it would have been a goal. Looks like we've got them hemmed back in now, Chris, as we enter the final.
Have we changed formation?
No, we haven't. No, we're still stuck the same. The difference is Declan David-Reid's now in centre mid. So Declan David-Reid's gone where James was. Here come QPR now trying to counter-attack. There's a shrug off the ball and the referee's going to give a free kick against Richards.
Has Richard, has he come from Chelsea?
Yeah, he's on loan from Chelsea. Yeah, I mean, we need him to have a big debut here, don't we? Or secondary debut. I think he's come on once before, hasn't he? But
I think he has.
But it wasn't for long, was it? Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm afraid.
It's still just got to get that one. I mean, the thing that gets me about this team is if we got one, I think they view a draw as a good result. And I'm like, we've got to win these games, guys. I'll be going batshit at them going, no, you keep going. You get 3 points. Come on, go. That's why I keep losing the dressing room on the Football Manager save, Chris.
Oh, stay on at the end, mate. I want to chat with you.
Yeah, no worries, bud. Here we go. QPR taking their free kick now. Going to lay it off to the centre-back position. They're going to ping a nice crossfield ball here towards the edge of the penalty area. One header was won there against Ricardo. Going to be cleared out by Coley. Now it goes back to Ricardo. We get that ball, and it's going to be cleared off a QPR player and out for a throw to Leicester. Stadium looks like it's already emptying out. You can see some fans already left probably after the third goal.
Stoke 3, Watford 1.
Wow. That's going to bring Stoke out.
Oh, no.
Don't say what.
1, Blackburn Rovers 1.
How are Blackburn doing it? What a weird league, because QPR were piss poor last week as well. Look at them today. It's like they're Superman.
Yeah,
what is their kryptonite?
They're playing a piss-poor team in Leicester.
It's so weird, isn't it? It's like one week someone's on, kryptonite, and next week they're not. Leicester got the ball in their half now, far-hand side of the pitch. I don't blame the fans for going. There's been too much of this happening all season. I know we've got to try and back the boys, but you've got to offer something up. Here come Leicester now with Nelson coming forward. But once again, an easy pass, retaining possession. Guys, we got 10 minutes here. You've got to start getting it in the box and trying to create a goal. And we give the ball up on the far-hand side again. Here come QPR. They don't have to rush. They're just going, oh, now we can take our time. It's funny. We're playing like QPR are. We can't. We've got to be aggressive. We've got to be getting into them. You've got to be playing it forward. Like Grace said, we're making them look good. And what's the plan?
So, no, it's a yellow card.
Yeah, Varane, but he'll take it because it's part of the game management, isn't it? Varane's gone in the book, QPR. I almost kind of want to, I know it sounds a daft thing to say, I almost kind of want more players to at least show a bit of passion and maybe deck one of them back. But, I know you get a red card for it, but it's like there's no passion there. Keep drinking, Chris. Here comes Souttar on for QPR. Kryptonite and Kryptonite, well said, Keith. Crap tonight. I didn't pronounce it very well. Yeah, cheers, everyone. In fact, hit the like button, guys. We keep getting some more likes. You never know. It might work out in the universe. We get a win next time out. Deary me.
Smash those likes, please, guys.
Do you know what's scary, Chris? What did I predict as the score for this in Isla's show before I predicted today? I think I predicted us to lose 3-1. Yeah, Leicester 1, QPR 3.
Wow. It's your fault.
Yeah, it was. I jinxed this about 2 weeks ago, guys. I'm sorry. Who would I predict next? It seems to be I'm the Oracle. What did I predict next? Fatu there doesn't get the opportunity. It's going to be a goal kick.
We're on -9, by the way, goals now, so we're not even top of that.
Oh, it could get worse. I predict us to lose to Watford next, so we'll see.
So West Brom are beating Hull 2-0. Blackburn have come back and got it 1-1 against Millwall, and we are losing 3-1.
Yeah, pretty shit day at the office. This reminds me, remember that game we had against Sheffield Wednesday when we went down to League One? It was the last home game before we played Stoke. It reminds me of that day. We went 1-0 up and lost 2-1. And your wind was completely taken out of the club sales that day. Similar vibe today.
Well done, everybody. 62 likes. Thank you very, very much. If you're watching on your mobile, when the show's over, go and hype us, by the way. Oh, no, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, giving away.
1, Blackburn Rovers 2.
What in the hell is going on? That's it, guys. The Matrix is officially broken. The world is fucked as we know. It's ruined. We're in trouble. The world's in trouble. Oh, dear. I'm sorry, Jeff. I did used to be the lucky charm. Don't blame me for this football team. I can't sort them out. My God, I'm not there shouting at them. They'd hate me if I was there.
So Blackburn on 42 now.
I wouldn't have any of this stupid passing around the back bollocks.
And if Portsmouth win on Monday night, they're leaving in the droves now, Leicester fans. So don't blame them.
No, I don't either. It's going to be a fun post-match, guys. Stick around for the post-match show today here on Leicester Till I Die TV, eh, Chris?
Oh, God. I'm bottling it all up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying because we're in the moment of the game where we've still got 5 minutes here just to hope for a miracle. Look, we'll take a point now in the circumstance with 5 minutes to go, but they've got to get the ball forward once again.
Passing, yeah. Oh, at least the Coley built it up forward. But there's nobody there.
It's kind of like... Ball. I just don't understand why they just have this fear of getting the ball forward. They just really have a fear of getting the ball forward.
I mean, look, if you're going to lose 3-1, you might as well lose 4-1, 5-1.
I don't know,
Because
we have talked about goal difference, though.
I know what you're saying, but at least we're going. We would be going for it. We are going to get cut adrift here.
It's my worry with everything else that's going on. And West Brom, fair play to them. I did not see them getting these last 2 results.
No.
Who've West Brom got next? I've got my sheet here. Hang on. Ball's out of play on the far hand side for Leicester, but we're going to throw it all the way back to the goalkeeper because why not? Throw it back to the goalkeeper and keep possession, ladies and gentlemen. That's football. Terrible. West Brom next have got Bristol City.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Are we playing Tuesday or we got till next Saturday?
Oh, God, I hope we're not, mate. I haven't written down what... I think it might be a Tuesday. Let me double check for you. Leicester have got the ball in the penalty area here, but we're not going to win that one. It's going to go behind for a corner to Leicester on the far-hand side. So that's something here. Championship fixtures. Let's have a look. March fixtures. Nope, it'll be next Saturday for us, Chris. That's at least a little blessing in disguise. And it is 3 o'clock as well, but it's away at Watford, obviously. Here it comes the corner now. Fataru's going to chip it in towards the 6-yard box, and the goalkeeper's gone up and caught it. Cheers, Lachlan.
Who's up for the ham sandwich award today?
Probably Ben Nelson or Jacob, right? I still have issues with how the entire team's outlook is on this. I really do. Do you know what? You just get the feeling they looked at that last game against Bristol City and went, well done, lads. Look how awesome we are. We've done it. And then they come out today in this. It's like they want to believe their own hype sometimes. It does get to me. I mean, I think they need to be humbled. I really do. Deco David Reed now coming over halfway line here. But once again, he's not running with urgency. He's strolling around like a pony that's got off its lead. I mean, you know, and pass it back to Okoli. We might as well switch it off, mate. We might as well switch the game off because they're not showing the intent to try and do it here. Hopefully my words might be the curse of the commentator. Luke Thomas doesn't go forward, just holds on to it. Back across centre mid. It's how they play that I find antagonising. Free kick to QPR. And they're all looking around at each other like, what? But none of them are actually like... do you remember what happened with Newcastle where Bowyer and Dyer got in that fight? I want to see someone chin each other on our team. Do they show they care? I want to see like Winks grab frigging Daka and be like, why aren't you doing something? Come on. What's going on? They're just like happy to accept this is okay. Oh, dearie me. What a mess. Good thing I'm not their manager. They'd be in big trouble.
It's just embarrassing.
I just wish they cared half as much as we did. That's the only thing I can keep thinking, you know? Give me a throw to QPR on the near hand side, guys. Just looking to see how much added time is going to be here. God, I'm going to predict the last 2 scores correctly, aren't I? But not in a good way. Throw to QPR. Their player steps on the ball, trips it over. But now Leicester can break. Here comes Fataru running with pace. No one else is running with much urgency behind him. Why aren't you busting the gut to get up there? Fataru then tries to take on 4 players. There's no one else there. Deco David Reed saying, why didn't you pass it? You weren't running to keep up with him, mate. You were strolling. Here come QPR now. Luke Thomas is up there trying to win the ball, but he's got the physicality of a flea on the back of a dog. 5 minutes of added time. Yeah, Derek, 7-2 on aggregate. That's it, mate. Header there from Okoli, who stepped forward down to the halfway line. It bounced off the back of Deco David Reed. What does Deco David Reed really offer? When it comes to actually getting in a fight, you don't need him in your team, do you? No. He's got none of that. None of that at all. And now 2 Leicester players have brought down the forward for QPR, and it's going to be a free kick to QPR just outside the D, and it might get worse yet. Yeah, well said, John. We were lucky Oxford only drew. And Oxford have got more fight than this bloody team. Who knows? By now, maybe Wayne's had a chat with Rudkin. He's sat 2 seats behind him. Wayne, do your job, mate. Go have a chat with the boss. Trying to get an exclusive interview for us, mate. Lining up this free kick now, QPR. It could get worse yet to finish the day. Oh, you remember the Norwich one where they left a load of space down this near-hand side? They've done it again, and now QPR playing down the near-hand side, but they're going to run it into the corner. They're not worried about scoring another goal here, and why would you at 3-1? They've still managed to beat Mavrididi and Winkslow, mate, and it comes inside, and they're going towards the 6-yard box. Nelson there, and I'll tell you what, that looks like people try. You know when you've never had Chinese food before, you're trying to pick up rice with chopsticks? That's what that defending looked like when I'm trying to get the ball. Literally, it was like they were kicking everywhere, but they weren't getting anywhere near the ball. Unbelievable. Mavrididi now on halfway line. It's a bit late, lads, isn't it? And yeah, you haven't really got the energy here. Declan David up there to Richards. Up to the other side. And just they shield us out. And there's just no one there. We're a parody of a football team. We really are.
It's a joke.
It's really frustrating, man. It's just the how we're trying to do it that gets me. I'd much prefer us to lose this game 3-1 and be giving up second balls, but actually trying to win them, you know, and actually trying to use the minutes. I mean, it seems like at 1-0 we went, oh, we're leading, it's fine. It's now their job to come on to us. And then we just completely folded, right?
This is the worst performance under Rowett.
Yeah, Mavrididi just had a strike from outside the area, Chris, with his right hand foot, and just to sum it up, it's gone out and swung out towards the corner flag. Yep. How empty's the stadium now? Well said, Ronald. You probably have more at Oxford City today, and only got a capacity of 3,000 and National League South. Just waiting for the full-time whistle there, guys. Incredible scenes, and QPR are going to take their time for this goal kick. Long ball play forward. And it's going to be a free kick to Leicester. I don't understand what that was given for. That seemed to be in sympathy more than anything else.
Full-time Norwich 2, Preston 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Ipswich Town 2, Stoke City 3, Watford 1. The games are still all going.
Bad day. Ball's out of play on the far-hand side. QPR fans are celebrating in the corner. Referee saying we've got to take the throw from further back. Be interested to see what Rowett says post-match after this. I don't think this is defendable, really. I don't think you can give any excuses for this. I think so far we've heard when we've had a tricky game, he said, well, I didn't realise the mental challenge the players had or something to that nature. I think it's beyond that. I think it's more than that. Substitution with QPR to finish this off, guys. Yeah, not playing as a team. Well said, George. Well said, bud. I think that's nailed it, mate. A lot of individuals out there thinking about their futures, while the main time Leicester City are going to suffer, unfortunately. Cross comes in now from the free kick. Falls down to Fataru here on the far side. Giving it up to QPR, and they got a chance to break it towards the halfway line. Oh, and there was a two-footed challenge there. I think I've jumped forward or gone backwards there. Something happened. The matrix broke. I see. No, he's still down. Luke Thomas went in 2-footed one of the QPR players, guys, and he caught the player, but it looked like he was a leg-breaking tackle, and I actually ended up looking like he hurt himself there. He's now getting up, but he's afraid to QPR on the far side, but a bit late for that sort of passion. Just waiting for the game to get underway here again, guys. Ball's going to be throwing on the far side for QPR. Thrown in over the halfway line. Ricardo gets ahead on it. Goes up towards Daka. But Cody heads it. And the referee blows for full time. Full time, Leicester 1, QPR 3. And I want to go outside and cry. Maybe not cry. Cry or get into a fight, one or the other.
I mean, words fail me. Words fail me. Just do a quick sum up while I just make a few notes, mate.
Yeah, no worries. So, unfortunately, old habits die hard. I think that's the thing I can learn from today. Combination of the fact that we're still not really being assertive enough in games. When we're leading a game, we don't seem to go, we can get more on top of people here and make sure we're getting it in the bag. And then we're passing it around the back too much. Mentally, as soon as we come under a bit of pressure, we're weak and we seem to fold. There seems to be a difficult problem for me here when it comes to how the players connect as a team. There seems to be individuals there huffing and puffing and other ones who are happy to slow the game up and pass the ball around. I think really they need to have a come to Jesus meeting and they need to all work out exactly what they're here to do, and that is to put in effort and to put in fight. Because I think today we've seen, unfortunately, as Winks is hugging some of their players, which sums it up.
What's he doing hugging their fucking players?
Well, we'll do it nowadays because it doesn't matter about Leicester City, does it? It's like, oh, good game, lads, good game. I'll tell you what, honestly. Chris, bring Jim in, and I'm going to run off for a minute.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I'm just finishing off what I am doing here.
Well said, Greg. Well said, Greg. I'll talk about that in a minute, Chris. 3-1 down and passing it around. That, to me, is the biggest thing that annoys me, right? The first time I kicked off this season was against Wrexham, where we were 1-1, and I went, this game is winnable because I could see a path for us to win it. It involves energy. And what did we do? Pass around the back. Pass around the back. Pass around the back. It does my head in.
Here we go. I'll bring Jim in. Take care, buddy.
See you in a minute.
Cheers. Jim.
I don't even know what to say, Chris. I do not know what to say.
I did say there's only going to be one team to win this, didn't I?
Yeah, and I think that was a part pessimism, part hopefulness, but it certainly proved correct the wrong way. I just can't believe what I just watched. I didn't see this coming. I did not see this coming. I don't even, for me to be a loss of words, I just didn't.
For me, not to have anything to say. I mean, I don't know what to. I mean, I want to believe in Gary Rowett, and then he goes, and I'm sorry, we offered nothing in the first half. I know we were 1-0 up from James's goal, but we offered nothing up in attack because he's still picking out that awful, stupid plonker, Ayew.
Yeah, and I would say for 13 minutes and 42 seconds, we did control the game, and then we scored. From that moment on, we didn't control the game at all. We backed off. We let them just run at us at will. A freaky goal to equalize, and then we came out in the second half. Like you asked me at halftime, what did I think? I really felt confident that we would do something special and pull a victory, but I'm just freaking gobsmacked right now. This is...
Brad, you in the chat. I don't know if you want to come in. We're going to have a space, I think, if you wanted to join us, mate. Literally, I am trying to decide where to hand out the ham sandwich today because I just don't know where to go with it at all. And it didn't help the fact that AI have just said we can't do that because it's a sexual reference. So AI is getting to know me.
I think you talked about it during the watch along. I think it's really down to two players. One of them which had an own goal, and another one which should have communicated on the own goal. And also, where the heck was he on the long goal? So unfortunately, that what you would need to be the cornerstone of your defense, I think collectively, both of them committed errors that cost us goals.
Interestingly, when we were picking the team on Friday lunchtime with Kate, she was saying, I've still not, she still didn't feel convinced about Jakob. And I'm like, bloody hell, Kate, maybe you've got a point there. Because I was saying, oh, look, he's improved. Maybe his decision-making still leaves a bit to be desired.
No, you may be right. You remember how after and post-match after the last game, we were saying, hey, this is, we were wrong. Maybe he came back in and seizes the opportunity now, coming in and playing goal. But I think it was right here, Chris. It was upstairs with him today. He's got the physical ability, but my God, he didn't communicate.
I don't. I mean, it seems like somebody said in the chat, and it's so true: 1 step forward, 5 steps back.
Seems that way. It seems that way, and it's going to be part of my 3 things. But we were so darn excited after last match. Now, you asked me at halftime, were we too excited? I didn't think so. I collectively we looked at the 5 games. We had 3 draws and a win. Hey, and then convincing win, clean sheet. Granted, the team was playing poorly, but this team today QPR came into the KP in poor form, and we were the ones who left in poor form.
I
can't even give you any. I can't even give you any of my gym positivity right now. I'm going
to say, where is your positivity?
Well, I've always had realism in there, but I try to make sure that I wait till the fat lady sings, and that's why I still refuse to believe we're going down. But if we play like we play today in any more games, then that fat lady is singing loudly. It's just mistakes.
You're forgetting the 8 steps sideways as well. I'd take 8 steps sideways, I'll tell you. Sorry, I think I missed something there. What did you just put up there, Tom? That one.
That was from Brad.
Mistake after mistake after mistake. Yeah. Did you want to come on, Brad? Like I say, Wayne, we can go home. Wayne had to sit there and watch this with a QPR fan.
Well, let's hope he had something to say to John Rudkin sitting a couple of rows in front of him.
Yes. Yeah. Paul says we are definitely down, Jim. Yes, I've got to say, the more and more I say about it, I can't argue with that.
No. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not giving up yet, but I mean, the writing's on the wall, and we knew we were going to have a tough task that, starting at 12 games and then 11 and 10. And now we just dug ourselves a hole that it's going to be difficult to get out. Mathematically, it's possible, but not like
get Danny Ward back. Come on, come on and you say that, Brad.
Come on, I want to hear Brad say that and mean it.
And thank you for the £2 there, Brad. Appreciate it. I might just have to get a takeaway after this. Look, we've got Tom back. It doesn't look like Clibo's going to be able to join us, so we have got a spare place. If anybody wants to come on, you have to be on camera. In fairness,
Come on, Brad.
Let me do this first of all. Oh, there you go. Tom goes on top. I am so annoyed. I'm going to say this. I'm going to be annoyed with one person more than anybody else, and that is Gary Rowett.
I disagree. I'm annoyed with the players. I'm frustrated with the players today. I'll tell you why. Look, Chris, like was mentioned in the chat, it was only really their only shots on target that went in, which is a bad thing to be in again, right? But Gray said rightly there, we have no fight. the players on the pitch there can make decisions beyond, what the manager is just telling them. The manager tells them a shape, gives them ideas. The commitment of how you approach the game is crucial, especially in a relegation battle. And they allowed the game to literally get past them. They didn't show any desire once the game had gone past them to then go, what can we do to show more energy? And I just do not understand it. It's kind of like, again, we're back to where I'm thinking, these guys don't want to be here. Because I don't understand why you would just go, we lost the game, just going to pass it around the back still and do this, rather than trying to do positive things to impact it or show even a bit of desperation in your play, which they didn't show at all in that game for me.
And you look at the same. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Oh, no, Jim, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, you look, Rowett, he does have some responsibility for things, maybe timely, better substitutes, time-wise and stuff, but he put a lineup out on the field today that those players played extremely well last week. So we know they have it in them. So I agree with Tom. It's on the players that Rowett put them out there and expected to see the fight, the desire, and the performance that he saw last week. And he saw none of it. 13 minutes and 42 seconds of it. That's it. It's on them.
You see, to me, look, we said so often, Jim, the best form of defence is attack.
Right.
How can you say that any team is going to attack when we've got Jordan fucking Ayew up front?
I don't know. I'm not making any excuses for Ayew. I really saw the lineup and I thought, well, I listened to Rowett's one of his press conferences during the week. It was after the match, and he said that we've got a lot ahead of us, one game at a time. We're going to be playing experienced players to get us through. So I saw him starting Ayew, but I expected a Daka sub. I really did. And then as we talked at halftime, I thought that was coming to put some pressure up top. So I can make no excuses because Ayew gives us absolutely nothing. I can't even quote experience. What does that do out there? Not anymore.
But this is what I'm saying, and this is why I'm saying, look, man of the match. Tom, I want you to speak because I'm going to put this out to a vote. It's either Luke Thomas, it could be Jakub Stolarczyk, or Gary Rowett.
You mean Ben Nelson? The first one was Ben Nelson, right? You said Luke Thomas.
Sorry, did I say Luke Thomas? Sorry.
Yeah.
Ben Nelson, sorry. So, guys, it's up to you to decide, and I'm going to put the vote up now. So, Tom, wrap it up into a nice little bundle for me, the whole thing there.
Well, I'm going to start with, once again, the main problem behind all this situation we are facing right now, and it goes back to the football club itself and how it's been operated. And I'll tell you why. Because it was mentioned in the chat, and like I said this at the start of the season, Jamie Vardy. Now, I'm not saying Jamie Vardy being here would be the be-all and end-all and fix all of our problems, but a character like Jamie Vardy challenged the football club to be better, challenged his players around him in the team to be better, would call them out for stuff and raise the standards. And we allowed that to go because he pushed back against the management, because he pushed back against and challenged them as well. So we all wanted people who were going to read from the same hymn book but not necessarily believe the book they were reading from, right? And look what you've done. And we talk about Jordan Ayew and Patson Daka. There are two strikers. That is a situation because of the club. That is a situation we've been left with because of the club's decisions. Jamie Vardy would have stayed here on a fifth of the money he was on. He wasn't asking for £100,000 a week. He was asking for a lot less than Patson Daka is on right now. And we let that go. And we didn't want to pay that money. And we didn't want that challenge behind the scenes. I think that sums up everything that's rotten about this football club. And this is why you end up with performances like you have seen today, unfortunately. And then I go back to... Sorry, Chris.
No, I was going to say, to play devil's advocate, Cremoso, where Jamie Vardy is, are fighting relegation now, and he hasn't scored in about 12 games.
Yeah. That's kind of, I get what you're saying, and that is the logical point of what I'm saying, and what's quite an emotional argument right now, because I'm feeling quite emotional. But we do lack leaders in this group. We do lack people who are going to grab their teammates by the scruff of the neck and demand better of them, which is something Jamie Vardy always did, and did till he was blue in the face, until he was left and told to leave the football club, which was the wrong time. totally the wrong time to do it. Irrelevant how many goals he would have scored, I feel much more confident as everyone else would be in the chat if Jamie Vardy was available in this squad over Patson Daka and Jordan Ayew. And characters like that. It is.
I agree. Jamie Vardy would bring something to this team.
It's a symbol. It's a symbol of what Jamie Vardy is, isn't it? It's a symbol of what he is. Yes. And then we look at the performance today and go, you're in a relegation battle and there's 10 minutes to go in this game and you're passing the ball around the back because you're scared to give possession up. And then you give possession up anyway because you're passing around the back.
Yeah, but isn't that doing what the manager wants you to do? They're not, they must be doing that because they're being told to do that. I didn't see Rowett stood on the sideline and going like, "Come on, get up."
I saw a bit of that. I mean, that's the difficult question for us to answer. I mean, I would say that's an institutional problem we've had at the football club from how they wanted us to play for a very long time. But the problem is you can't play like Manchester City when you're in a relegation battle alongside Oxford United. Oxford United, they're going to hit sucker punches at you. They're going to come out and, elbow you a little bit. Every other team in the Championship shows that little bit of bite and dark arts to them. And we're just not up for that battle. The players look around at each other and they do not see that in their teammates. They don't see it in themselves in the mirror, more importantly, right? And guys, look, I don't want to be slamming the players. I don't want to be seen by the players to be going, I generally just dislike how they're approaching it.
Why can't the players see how pissed off we are with them all?
Well, I think the thing is like I can appreciate if like the effort is there. I could appreciate us losing a game of football if I go, do you know what? They chucked the kitchen sink at them at the end there and tried to at least fix this problem. What gets me is they didn't. And they haven't done it all season. And it just gets worse and worse and worse. And then you go, that mental challenge we are facing right now to try and progress the club and get 3 points, which seems like the hardest thing in the world right now, is made twice as hard by the way the players handle themselves. And you go, guys, be calling out your teammates, be calling out yourself, be going, why am I doing this? Hamza Chowdhury is a prime example of this. He's paid a hell of a lot of money for someone who just stands there and passes the ball right and passes the ball left and doesn't pass the ball forward. And, and I just think, what are you here for? What is your purpose? What, to have a nice lifestyle and to have all the nice money and to look great when you go and play for the Bangladeshi national team? He's one example, and there's many, many others in this team that do that. And look, I hate to be calling them out, Chris, because I kind of think negative energy can lead to negativity further. But there comes a point where you've got to go, guys, wake the fuck up.
But Jim,
I don't think it's calling them out.
So they should know what we feel about.
Yeah, and I don't think it's calling them out, say. It really isn't, because they have to be responsible for what they put on the pitch, and it was just shit today, 100% of it. And you're dead right. Chris, you started off by us being in a relegation battle. Should we have played harder? Yes, we should have played harder. As soon as that opening whistle, from that point on, we should have took it as this is an important game for us to win. We are fighting relegation. Let's not rest on our laurels from a midweek win. But not only didn't we take it upon ourselves as a team, the players, to play hard, when we equalized, and then more importantly, when we went down to start the second half, there was no sense of urgency. None. Nobody stepping up leading. Nobody even seeming to care. When they made their runs, it was like, oh, I gave up the ball. Oh, well. They just seem so lackadaisical and nonchalant in a time they should be busting their asses up and down, playing with intensity. Because when we were tied 1-1, I really felt we'd win. I thought we'd win 2-1. I told you, Chris. And then when we went down 2-1, I thought, well, this will show what we're made of. We can come back and at least equalize. And then who knows? Then they go up 3-1. I thought, this team's done. They're cooked. And they were. And it's on them.
I'm with Jim. I mean, QPR got 50 points now. They look pretty safe. I can't see us getting out of this. I think the only thing we've got to hope is maybe the 6 points are taken back off us, or given back to us. I mean, I can't see this team fighting to stay up.
Well, I think two things. Number one, you're right. We're not seeing the fight in the players that's going to require for them to stay up. That's a fact. Secondly, mathematically, we're still in it. We just saw some topsy-turvy moves today with teams that we needed to lose, that they won, they equalized. You were doing the watch along, and there was teams moving up and down the standings as we went on. So I think It's still possible. But this team's just not showing us the fight and the drive and the intensity that's required to get there.
This has to be the last time this happens this season, because there is no time left. There has to be that come to Jesus moment. And look, I'll say this to the players, and I'll say, look, if you're unhappy with the fact that we've called out your attitude and desire, then for fuck's sake, show it on the pitch next time. Because I think that way you might actually see more positive results. It's football. Sometimes you've got to gamble on things. Sometimes you've got to make sure you're trying to compete for that second ball, and you might give away a foul. But you've got to be in the battle to do it. Sometimes you've got to take that ball from the centre-back position and drive over the halfway line with it. Sometimes you've got to do it. You can't be afraid of just making yourself look bad individually and then laying it off to someone else. And I hate to be in this mindset, Chris, as you know, and I hate to be angry by this. But like I said before, sometimes you've got to call it for what it is.
I'm just absolutely fucking fed up with it. I really am. You know, like you say, when you would never have got this under a Martin O'Neill team, or even, I'm going to say, and you'll love me saying this, a Nigel Pearson team. They fight to the end. You just whip the ball up. You don't pass it around the fucking back, as you said. I mean, I just give up on this team. I absolutely cannot be arsed.
Don't give up. Don't give up yet. We've got to ride through, like Tom said. It's, you know, the writing's on the wall, backs to the wall, whatever you want to say. But we're still possible. It's still possible. But we're all frustrated. We're all upset. But it's still possible. Until it's not possible, then give up.
I'd at least like to be able to the end of the season with the final 8 games we've got coming up to be able to go, do you know what? We had a go and we just weren't bloody good enough.
Right.
But right now, I'm kind of looking at it going, we aren't good enough and we're not having the go, so we deserve to get relegated on that principle alone, especially when you see what Oxford are doing, for one example. It'd be unfair for an Oxford United to go down versus us when they play the way they do versus how we turn up.
They show balls. That's
Good
what they
point.
do.
Fair enough.
You know, all right, you know, everybody always says, all right, come on, won't you get behind the lads? Well, give us something to get behind. Because at the moment, there's sweet FA for us to get behind.
100%. And I've said this, and I think Gary Rowett also did point to this in his press conference. And I think that was a part of something the players had to get their heads around as well. And Jacob spoke last week after the game and talked about it. As I said, that we know we've got to give the fans something to get behind. Today you didn't. Hopefully today, at its worst for us, can be a blip in the system, right? But I tell you what, when you see echoes of this throughout this entire season and last season at times as well, it does, unfortunately, it's going to put the fans in a place where they are going to get on your backs. It's just natural human nature to be that way, guys. But the fans will support you. The away fans in particular have been really good recently for the circumstances. But you've got to show us something. Come on.
I just Tim, tell me anything positive that you saw in today's match. Exactly. If you've got to think about it, there was nothing. You know, if you cannot take that win and go, for fuck's sake, we can build on this. They couldn't build a fucking fitter, could they? Let's be honest with you.
Do you know what changed? QPR early on made a clang of a mistake when they stood off Jordan James, right? And as soon as they did it and allowed Jordan James the space, the rest of the game, they stood off no one else. They got into us at every opportunity. They closed space. Every time Mavrodidi or Fatu got the ball, there was 3 players there. Boom, quick as you like, straight on them. No opportunity for you to get settled. No opportunity for try and play through us. And you're going to have to make a worldy pass then in order to be able to score a goal, right? So you've got to start fighting and throwing in 50-50 balls and going, I don't care if it's going to be a dodgy ball. I'm going to win this ball. And if not, he's going to win it because he's got my back, the guy behind me. None of that in this group.
I can't, you know. I mean, let's just have a look and just see, depending how long we go on for, Brad might be joining us as well.
Sorry for being so loud about this, guys. I am really wound up.
Oh, no, they're not.
Quit apologizing. Quit apologizing. That's what we're here for. This is
Why should we apologise?
No.
It's the Canadian in me, Chris, as you know. Sorry.
Just to say that at the moment, we have got in voting for the ham sandwich of the match, we have got a joint second with 29%, but Ben Nelson is ahead with 41 at the moment. So it looks
What
like
the crazy thing is, like, you know, like I kind of didn't even see the point in isolating it to them. That was the mistakes that cost us the goal, but the whole team effort made sure we had no chance of winning, despite what happens. You got to have something to give back. You got to, and we had nothing.
absolutely nothing.
What a joke! What a fucking joke!
You know, I mean, who have we got next week?
Watford.
Watford away, who will probably play 4-4-2 like QPR guys, not to worry you.
What is it with us not wanting to change systems? We brought different players on, and we still kept the same system.
That's what's got us all befuddled. How in the heck can they not play a different? You can practice it. We talked before. What good is the practice sessions doing, because they don't show anything on the pitch? But I mean, they've all played different formations before. Well, why not change it up? This one's not doing us any good.
I mean, look, you know, possession. We had 62% just short of possession to their 38. What did we fucking do with it, Tom?
Well, at least half of that, if not maybe 2/3 of it, was passing between Okolie and Nelson the entire bloody game, wasn't it? It's just baffling, mate. You know, it really is. I mean, I do wonder if agents like use those stats to be able to sell their clients to clubs. Do you know what I mean? Because I kind of I don't understand how the game's got like this. It's not just us; there's other clubs that have this problem as well. But we're facing the worst of it because we're facing a relegation right now that would be totally deserved off the effort that's been put out there. But yeah, it's baffling, isn't it? You know, it's a league where actually your decisiveness and your passion in the final third can gain you a lot more than any possession ever can. And we haven't got that in our game or our repertoire, unfortunately, as a football club. And that's because of how it's been led from the top, unfortunately. Wayne was sat 2 seats away from someone today, as we know. And you kind of go, is this a reflection of you? Is that why the fans want you gone? Unfortunately, it seems like it.
It'll be interesting if he has any take on sitting so close to the JR, we'll call him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to have it. We said before, didn't we? I don't want to go too mad at him. He has got a family and everything, but I just don't see why he. I mean, we know he gets on with Rudkin. You suggested, Tom. You suggested doing a show in the off season. What has Top got to do to get the fans back on side? Which is a fantastic.
Explore all of it. Yeah.
But let me just throw this at you then. Would getting rid of Rudkin be a start?
Oh, yeah, 100%, because that'll be a signal of intent about the seriousness of what it is and showing accountability. The problem the club's got, Chris, is the files around the PSR charges are public. They're available on the Premier League website. It shows how certain people behind the scenes have acted in the game of chess that is the leadership of Leicester City Football Club. And I think with that, there is some accountability there that has not been taken. That is not being slanderous. That is facts on a bit of paper from interviews from the Premier League themselves, right? So you've got to go, well, this is the action we need to take to resolve that. And ultimately, like, you know, and so good shout actually. Do you want to come on, mate? Luke's here, mate. Luke, do you want to come on?
Yeah, just
you messaged him.
No, I was just about to say it then when you said it. Do you want to come on, Luke? Do you want to come on? I mean, I wouldn't, you know. Yeah, look, he said he shoots from the hip, does Luke? It's untenable. He said it's untenable. The only thing he can do is sell.
The problem is he's tied himself to the hip with John Rudkin. And, like, you know, that would really be his out clause now to maybe have a little bit of a chance. But unfortunately, when you see what the club's become a reflection of, and the positive side of that is when it was a reflection of Kunvishai, look what we were. But then you go, where has it ended up 10 years later? And there couldn't be more differences between the two. You know, it's actually baffling to think where you thought 10 years ago, this is where we'd be now. I mean, you'd be crazy, wouldn't you?
Oh, you wouldn't think it was right, would you? What do you think Top can do, Jim? Because it looks like we're going to go down, doesn't it?
It does. Like I said, handwriting's on the wall. He made a couple moves too late, management-wise. It doesn't seem like his desire is to even own the football club. To me, he just like a kid who hasn't grown up, and he's in over his head, and he doesn't know what to do, and he listens to one person, listens to another, can't make a decision. Certainly, his dad could make decisions, and that's how he built a fortune, and that's how he took the club where it was. And he had good, strong people around him. So I think Top does not have either the sense of his father, the leadership or management skills, and not a strong team around him. So I don't know, sell the damn team, but give us somebody who really loves the team and will take us and keep us and not destroy us by just making it a capital acquisition they can, toy around with.
At half-time, Jim, we had 5 shots. They had 8. By the end of the game, we had added 4 onto that. They had added 6. They had 14 to our 9. Is 9 shots with 2 on target good enough from a club in the Championship?
No, not at all. And it's not good enough from a team that's fighting for their lives. I mean, if anything, what we expected, and Tom said it earlier, we expected them to go out there, fight, and wreak havoc and try to at least pepper them with whatever. Let them park the bus back there and let us just bring everybody at them. But no, we didn't see that. We didn't pepper them with anything. We really didn't.
Did Tom, did you send Luke a link?
I did, mate. Yeah, I jumped on and sent it to him, yeah.
For fuck's sake, I was wondering then, how the hell did he get in? Because while I'm talking, I'm trying to get a link to send him, and the next thing he pops up. Look, the man from Australia in the string vest. How are you doing, mate?
Good, thank
but
you.
You've got to look at this and go. So you got to look at this and go. We're down, aren't we, Luke?
Yeah, I've been saying it since like December, November. It's just the myriad of just stupid decisions with our club and just ineptitude from top to bottom, pretty much ever since Enzo left. Even before then, it's just embarrassing. Like, I was just talking about just a few quick key points, right? Like, let's just look at like the main really stupid, egregious things that we've done. So we've gotten relegated with Brendan Rodgers with the most expensive squad because we didn't sack him. That's on top, being too sentimental. We go down and we somewhat get it right with the appointment of Enzo, getting rid of players and getting players in early. But then we cheat the league. We now have facing the consequences for that with FFP. And then we appoint Steve Cooper, which is the most stupidest, retarded, brain-dead, stupid, fucking moronic decision I've ever heard of in my life. It made 0 sense whatsoever. And then they gave him $80 million to spunk on wages of players that are on the out and out of their career, 30 plus, and they're getting started still week in, week out, okay? And also, mind you, do not forget, guys, that we had an internal review. What was the point of the internal review? Since the internal review, we've started a team this season without even having a sponsor. We've been deducted 6 points. We have just had car crash of appointments, have had, sacked 3 managers now. What is it that warrants them to even stay here and be here? And to top that all off with the stupid managers and things I've ranted about, Ryan, what did we do? We gave John Rudkin a promotion. Okay, so when people say to you, what can Kuhn Top do to make it right now? There is nothing. It's untenable. It's completely insane what is going on at the club right now. These happy clappers that go there and try and be positive and clap these people off the pitch are out of their fucking mind. They're delusional. You are delusional. Look at what is happening right now. We are closer to League 2 than we ever are about thinking about being a Premier League club again. Do you even want to stay in the Championship by the skin of your teeth with this regime at the top? Because if you do, you need to have a cold, hard reality check. We are absolutely cooked. What is the point of playing these players when we are going to League 1 anyway? Play your youth. because you're going to be using him next season anyway, if you're even lucky. Think about the management of Page and Monger and stuff like that. Do you think they're going to want to be here with this toxicity? No. So what does it say about our club where we're going to be next season? All the players that are already going to be walking out for free at the end of the season, Ricardo Pereira, Patson Daka, they're all adding to the list of, that's the other important part about King Power as well. 400 to 500 million pounds pissed away out the door for nothing and no return. Okay? Wake up, guys. King Power needs to go.
So you don't like them then?
I don't know. I'm indifferent.
I'm struggling to get your vibe here, mate, as to how you feel.
I'm a little bit upset.
I think I was crystal clear.
I'm going to come back on a couple of those points because I don't think appointing Steve Cooper, Tom, was necessarily the worst thing that we've done. I think the worst thing was not giving him the time to prove himself because we gave Rodgers too long. And he did feel guilty because he hadn't given him any money because of FFP in the summer. That's why he stuck with him. And then Cooper, I think he may well have kept us up. If not, we might have been a bit closer than we were, because we weren't playing as bad under him as we were under Rude. So I don't think it was necessarily the wrong appointment. I think it was just, look, the fans in their brain-dead decision, we don't like him because he used to be at Nottingham Forest. Fuck off. So did bloody Martin O'Neill. So did Wes Morgan.
I don't think that was actually the bigger part of it, is what people like to highlight in the press about it. I think ultimately what that showed you was the fact that we didn't really have a plan because we deviated from a said plan that we were going to go for. And I always bring up Brighton as the example as this. As soon as Brighton's manager might be going somewhere else, they know exactly the vision of what they want to go next. I also think that has been compounded for us at Leicester by the fact there has been too much what's the word here I'm looking for? Too much kind of like diamond eyes about certain individuals in this group who have been there a long time, who've been afforded massive contracts as well on the basis of that, thinking they're probably better players than what they are. I generally think that the ownership looked at certain players and went, these guys can play like Manchester City, and some of them are still here, right? Which means we're going to compete with Manchester City. So I think it's a twofold thing where you've had the change away from going away from a Maresca type manager and going, well, we've kind of bottled our own vision here and gone for someone else. But then also in reality for the Premier League, you haven't really got what you need to do. You haven't got the money because of PSR to be able to make that team happen anyway. So it just seems muddled, Chris, doesn't it? And I think the thing is that the less muddling of it, I think the better. And if you look at the legacy of King Power, the reality of it is we would not have got anywhere, and I'm going to mention for the first time, Jim, without Nigel Pearson. Because Nigel Pearson was a strong manager who brought in the Dave Rennies, who brought in, the Craig Shakespeares. And these guys actually did things that the football club itself as an operational thing above them.
There before Pearson came.
Okay, well, my apologies. You're probably right, actually. But still, he utilised him in such a way, right? But then he was part of that and part of Pearson's umbrella. And you think actually, how it's unfolded since then, the decisions that have been made by managers who haven't got the same sway as Pearson have actually gone against the football club, and that has come from above it, right? So the more we've become more like King Power as a football club, the worse we've actually probably got overall, rather than allowing individuals in. It's why I'm not against Rowett. I don't think Rowett is the problem. I think actually the problem is just the entire mess of where we are and how we've ended up getting here in the first place. It might be too late. I think it is probably too late.
This is it, Jim. I mean, Ronald said that I think when we appointed Cooper, he was only the manager who wanted the job. We know they were trying to get the tongue as far up Graham Potter's arse as they could, and that was never going to happen. And so they did end up with Cooper. But look, we have to accept, and I'm still saying, the players that we've got and the high wages that we were paying, I think it was because we were Leicester, Jim. We had just won the Premier League. But does that mean that all these world-class players will suddenly want to start coming to Leicester? No. Manchester United could have offered them less money and they'd sooner have gone to Manchester United, as bad as Manchester United were at that point. But we wanted to sort of live with them. And look, I'm not blaming the ambition. That's what you got to do. That's why Blackburn went down the hill. That's why Leeds went down the hill. We can't live with them, and we tried to. But we go and go, look, we'll give you sort of 30 grand a week to these players. And what? Come to Leicester, and then Man United might offer them 20. So we've been offered 20, and that's Man United. And we'll say, all right, then we'll offer you 50. Oh, well, okay, if we're going to offer me 50, never ever forget what Victoria Beckham said when Sven approached her and David and said, would you come and play for Leicester City? She turned around and said, could you really see me in Leicester, Sven? And that is what we have to remember. We have to pay those wages to get those sort of players in. And it is because of everything that's gone wrong, it has come back and bit us on the bum. Would you agree with that, Jim, or would you say no?
Wow. First of all, after Luke's brilliant soliloquy, which was great, and Tom's common sense, that makes sense. Everything you're saying, Chris, is spot on too. We are Leicester. As much as we love Leicester and as much as we are Leicester through and through, we are not Man City, Man U, and all the rest of them. When we won the league, we shocked the world, okay? Pretty much shocked ourselves and our fans. But the only ones that let it get to our heads and believed it would be the Leicester fans and the club. The rest of the Premier League, some of them were like, we ain't going to let this shit happen again. And they made sure of it. But no, there's nobody given a choice between some of the clubs that you mentioned and others out there. They weren't going to come here unless we gave absolute stupid money to them. Stupid money that we really had no business paying. And that's what we did. And that's what the piss poor management and thinking we were bigger than we were, because we got it because they worked hard, whether it be with Nigel Pearson's direction, players that had heart, desire, intensity, and played for the badge. Those players still were fighting at the last minute. Those players would kick each other in the ass, as well as take a player out on another team if they got out of line. That's how we got there. But then we just got big-headed as a club. And we lost that. We lost those players that played hard, and we lost the managers that led that way.
Just going to say to Michael, Jack Walker left. That's what done Blackburn. Actually, mate, Jack Walker died. That's what done Blackburn. Because once he died, his widow did not want to carry on. So he didn't leave. He actually passed away. So just have a check. Just have a check, mate. And I've got to say, I won't want posh price in Leicester. I'm not arguing with that. That's a fair point. And not this one. Derek says not having a relegation clause in people's contract. Luke, but again, it's what we had to do to get the players to come to Leicester.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right.
When we signed Kante, right? He was a Nigel Pearson's purchase, although Pearson had left. And he was umming and ahhing, oh, do I want to come? Because look at you've just sacked the guy that's been talking to me for, the past 12 months. And that's what Pearson did. That's why Cambiasso came to us, because Pearson had kept in contact with him and was talking to him, what he was very good at. So when we sacked Pearson, Kante, shut up, Tom, shut up. I'm not as much as I'm going. Don't. Thank God the camera only goes so far down. Otherwise, it'd be having a midweek semi there or a weekend semi. But look, you've got to say that Kante actually was on the point of going, I don't know if I want to come here. And so we had to offer him extra, and that extra was a buyout clause, which Chelsea came along and went, boom, we'll have that, thank you very much. So we have to offer these things. And it's like Harry Winks, well, if you want me to come to you, I'll come on a 3-year, but I don't know how long I've got. If I go up, I want an extension. We went up, so he's got another year. We have to do these things to get these players to come to Leicester, even as Premier League and FA Cup winners.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're correct. The only thing really we have going for us, you could argue, is...
Tell me something I don't know.
The same goes for managers as well, right? So, the only thing we have going for us is the C-grade facility. So, you've got state-of-the-art facilities, yeah, but there's an argument people are too comfortable there. That's a whole nother conversation. But it's not just the players as well. So, the same thing goes to the managers financially. We can't... So, someone asked... the boys asked me on our stream earlier, would you take Gary Rowett for another season if we continue to do well? And I said, hesitantly, it's a strong no, and I'll explain why quickly in a second, but no, because if we were to give him another season, I would only give him one season of the Championship. We have to, abandon this idea of playing, tippy-tappy, sexy, attractive, hipster football. It's just not going to work anymore. It's starting to go past at the game, particularly in the Championship. So Rowett, could he maybe keep us or get us up in next season? I don't think so. Anyone that plays Jordan Ayew top 2 weeks in a row is a fucking moron. So I'm Gary Rowett out already. I think he's an absolute idiot. Nelson's nowhere near as good as everyone makes him out to be. What has Ayew done 2 weeks in a row? He drops back into the left back position. He drops deep. He walks around the pitch slowly. He's huffing air after 10 minutes. And Gary Rowett keeps playing him and keeps him on for 60, 70 minutes is blatantly criminal. A lot of people said Makasa had a poor game, and you could say he did, but what can you do when Jordan Ayew is never there in the box? He's never doing anything. He is the most frustrating player I think I've ever watched in a Leicester City shirt. I hate him. He's not a left winger. Okay, let's get that right. He's probably responsible for 2 relegations. He's not a winger. And the modern football in the UK, in either the Championship or the Premier League, if you're going to be a winger, you have to be fast. He's not fast. He's slow as shit. He's a turtle. He's not a striker. He's not a left back. What is he? What is he? And he's not going to be here next season. Why do we keep playing him?
He's fucking shit. That's what he is. He's fucking shit. Prashant, I love you. I'll wire you over some money after the show. It says here, I bet Spurs, says Ronald, haven't got relegation clauses in the contract. Probably haven't, because they wouldn't be expecting to be going down. Top signed AU, BDR, etc. for Ambition. Again, great. Sorry, I will disagree with you because he didn't. It was that was Steve Cooper. If you remember, we went for all the so-called experienced stroke old players. Ipswich went for the young Championship players. Neither worked in the Premier League. We went down, and obviously it's worked longer term for Ipswich. Let's just have a quick look. Ben Nelson is still leading the ham sandwich brigade. I want to say Gary Rowett on 26, Jakob on 26, Ben Nelson on 47. It's looking a bit one-sided at the moment. I'm going to ask you, Luke, while you're on, because I can do, and it's my show. I just need to find the right bit here. Which I can't at the moment. I'm sure I've got 4-pack somewhere.
Can I just make a quick point while you do that, Chris? My quick point is going to be, I agree what you were saying about Seagrave and all the rest of it and players having to pay money for them. We are still awful judges of character nowadays when it comes to the players we buy. You can be a good player, but you also got to have that right attitude, right? You can, we can't just go because they're an expensive player, they're going to have a shitty attitude. I think that's a big thing we've gone wrong since post, Pearson in particular. Yeah.
Simon says there, we must not underestimate the serious damage that COVID did to our club. And I've got to say, speaking to the gentleman from the Athletic, whose name I do apologise, just Rob Tanner. Back to me. At the start of the season, he said King Power are only just coming out of that. It did have a big effect on us, more so than others. So, Luke, I want to ask you who you think your ham sandwich is. Now, you can guess why we call it the ham sandwich of the week, and I really had to persuade AI to help me out with this one because they were saying, this first of all said I wasn't allowed any nudity, and I went, well, what's nude? And they went, it's sexual. I went, well, a ham sandwich isn't sexual, is it? But anyway, I've convinced them to do it. So would you be going for Jakub Stolarczyk, Ben Nelson, or Gary Rowett for making the decision at the start? When we all said, go out and attack them. They've got injury problems. Let's get at them. And he went and picked AU. Out of the three of those, who would you be picking?
Nelson, because he cost us that own goal blatantly, and he gave a pen away last week that easily could have cost us the game too. So Nelson needs to be dropped, in my opinion, and he should have been taken off that game for the Seals.
Okay, come back to me on that one, Tom. That's interesting.
In what way? Come back to it. Who do I think of the three? Or
No. I mean, well, let me tell you, I maybe should have explained myself. My bad. Yes, he got the own goal, but we would have gone mad if he hadn't made an attempt to go for it.
well, I mean,
Somebody else was behind. It's like Wout Faes when he got those 2 goals in front, against Liverpool, 2 own goals. Did Jakob call for it? That's
well,
the question.
this is it. We don't know. That's entirely it. I think you could argue it's a 3-way split for all of them today, but I'm more beyond that. Like I said, I can't really pick a ham sandwich because I'm just sat here going, I'm really frustrated the club's allowed us to get into this mess. I think that's the be-all and end-all of why you are where you are, And like I said, I think Top's a terrible judge of character. I mean, I think there's people who have pretended they're his mate and got the best for him, but actually they're letting you down, bud. You've got to have a bit more backbone for yourself. You're not a little kid anymore, mate. You run a football club. Sorry.
No, I get what you are saying. I'm just looking for something.
Hey,
else.
hire me. You can trust me more. I'll say it as it is. I can look for the job right now. Honestly, get rid of Rudders. I'll come in, mate, and I'll tell you the truth, and I won't be mean about it. Come on.
But we've got a Coley. Why not play him next season?
Was that to me? Sorry.
You stick with it because he's been given an extension. Look, I know that's because we want to try and get some money for him, but why not give him the job?
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, maybe. Chris, I don't know. I'm just completely lost. I mean, you think of the players we've sold this year to meet our PSR obligations. I would argue they were slightly better, some of them, than some of the ones we're left with, right? But there's still, the whole thing has just been really stinky. It's been like you need to change your nappy for 2 years, Leicester. Oh, what a mess. Go to someone else. I need a minute.
There we go, just for you guys. Mr. Rudkin.
What did you do before AI, Chris? That's just what I want to know. What did you do before your ability?
I didn't make such good ones, to be honest with you.
I'll tell you what. It all started with our elves from Father Christmas a couple Christmases ago.
Yes, it did. Look, I'm going to end the vote for the ham sandwich of the week, and I've got to say, Gary Rowett has got 28%. Stolarczyk has got 25%. And Nelson has got 47%. I just feel, Jim, sometimes I get what everybody's saying, but, what else could he do in that position?
First of all, you didn't even give me a chance to vote. I don't know how.
Oh, you're going to come? No.
All right.
I'm only asking Luke because he's not here for long. You will get a chance to vote at the end.
No, go to Jim. It's okay. I don't want to be rude.
No, this is going to Jim, but he was saying I didn't give him a chance to vote. But you will come up at the end when we do the performance and all that.
So your question, I'm sorry,
I've forgotten what it is now. I mean, what?
I think you were right by narrowing it down to those at least 2 of the individuals, and those being the 2 players. I do think what you said. I think they both were culpable for what went on the field, whether they communicated or didn't communicate, whether they slid when they shouldn't slide. I think Tom really hit it best. It's everybody on that pitch did not play with the urgency and the desire that we needed. And I don't care at this point who they put out there. The rest of the players could have played. If you stick a worthless, like IU up top, then the rest of them should have played hard around him. But no, none of them did. So really, it's across the board.
Okay. Look, I know you're going to have to go, Luke. So
mate.
Let me come round and get these before you do. I'm sure your good lady is waiting for you in bed. What time is it down there?
10 to 2 in the morning, and I've got to be at work in 6 hours.
Exactly. Let me ask you these 2 points, and then I'll let you go. Working on a Sunday, good God, man.
I'm gonna make some money.
Yeah, your performance for the team performance out of 10.
2.
2. Ooh. Okay. And your man of the match?
Can't believe I'm going to say this.
You dare say AU, and you are never, ever coming back on this channel again.
I don't even want to look at him. I've been pretty harsh at this guy in the past, to be honest. His second half wasn't as good, but to be honest with you, I think I'd actually say Hamza Chowdhury. He won the ball back quite a lot. He made some decent challenges. Second half, he had some errant passes that went wide, but like, look, I can't really think of anyone that really stood out. Obviously, your obvious answer is JJ, yeah, but I'm gonna be different, and I'm gonna say Hamza.
No, you be different. You always have been, mate. Thanks for popping on, mate, and do give my best to Steph. I hope she is well. And maybe one day I'll get back down to Perth again. Who knows?
I'll share a pint with all of you guys, I'm sure, hopefully at one point in our lives. Thank you for having us on, Chris. Take care, Jim. Have a good weekend, and you too, Tom. It was nice to see you guys.
That was it. That was a hint, by the way, Luke. Just say that was a hint. All right, mate. Take care.
You can come be little spoon in my big bed. See you later.
See you later.
Yeah, look, he wants airfare too. He wants airfare.
No, I have been and stayed with Luke, and he's got a lovely wife, Steph. They made me very, very welcome. And I saw some lovely whales over in Perth. Lovely. Luke always says it as it is. I think Tom's been sick in his bucket. Right, let's do this then. So, God, performance. I mean, 2. Is that being generous, and we can't give halves? I'm afraid I am going to be harsh here, and I am going to give the performance. I'm going to stick with 2. I think I'm going to stick with 2. I was considering 1. If I did halves, it might be 1.5. But I'm going to stick with 2. Get your thoughts in the chat as well, guys. What do you think of the team performance? Jim, what would you give the team performance?
You know how bad I hate to do this, but 13 minutes and 42 seconds, I thought we controlled the game. From the rest of that time, they did. 2. 2's good for me.
2 for you, Jim. And Tom.
No, it's a full house. It's a 2. Yeah. I think that's about reasonable, isn't it? I think we're actually being kind. It's a big part of me, Chris, that wants to lay a big fat 0 here just because I'm so fed up with the passing around the back when you need to do something.
Yeah. Right, let's go to your ham sandwich of the week. We'll jump in here. So now Nelson gets it from the votes in the in the chat. Thank you very much, everybody who voted. I've got to stick with my original plan, which is at the end of the day, I'm not saying the players don't have to take any blame, but if soldiers lose a battle, it's because the generals did not plan the battle very well. Yes, obviously there's other things if they're outnumbered, etc. But why did we lose the charge of the Light Brigade? Because the generals misheard an order, and even though being what they were told, they still sent everybody in. So I'm going to have to stick, I'm afraid, with Rowett, because when you want to go out and you want to attack a team, you don't stick Jordan fucking Ayew up front. I'm sorry. So my ham sandwich is Rowett. Jim?
And yeah, Chris, I understand your choice of Rowett for ham sandwich. I will say you're wrong, but I understand your choice.
Mm-hmm.
I had down to Nelson and Jacob the whole match. I just said it's one of those. I mean, certainly Nelson hurt us with an early yellow card, of course, the own goal. I ended up going Jacob. And I just think, and Tom's a goalkeeper, he would know, I just think he didn't command anything back there. He should have called, and we don't know if he did or not, but it didn't appear that he did, because when that went in, you saw Nelson with his face down upset. You didn't see Jacob doing anything. I don't think he commanded what he should be from the goalkeeper position. Same way on that long ball. I'm going to have to watch that over again. You guys talked when it was live on the watch along about Should he have come up? Didn't he? We knew he couldn't touch it because he was out of the box, but he just looked ridiculous out there. And was he sleeping before the guy kicked it? I don't know. So I didn't think he played a good game. So he's my ham sandwich, Stolarczyk.
No, I will accept that. I will accept that. You know, you don't have to go for one of the three that I've suggested. That three is based on you two guys and me. Are we looking though, Jim? Everything that we've said Jakub has been doing well since he came in for Begovic has just been a waste of time, and we're back to, you know, the old Jakub, and maybe we should give Vitesse a try.
Well, I don't know much about him, so that part I won't tell you. But I just think what you just said, it just hit me. What you just said about Jakub is the microcosm of this team. Think about this. A couple of weeks ago, we wanted him out of goal. Then he fills in and he does great, okay? And now he's back here again. Think about what we've said about Luke Thomas. He was in everybody's doghouse. And all of a sudden he starts playing well. We thought, oh, is this the Luke Thomas that we were wrong about? Same thing with Ben Nelson. A couple of weeks ago, you guys, everybody was saying how he was Premier League quality. Look at how Luke feels about him. He wants him off the team. So what we're seeing with our team, last week, we play a 90-minute game as a team, complete game. Now we go roller coaster again. We play absolutely horrible as a team. So I think these players and this team is doing exactly that. To get us excited 1 minute, drop us off the cliff the next minute. And I think to answer your question, your short question with a long answer, is that's exactly what's happening. Stolarczyk looks great 1 week, then the next week he doesn't. So we don't even know what we're getting.
No. I love the fact you said there that, you know, what I said about Jakub was a microcosm for the team. 100%. In fact, you probably read my notes because I was going to ask that question. Was he? So thank you for that. Tom, your ham sandwich.
Well, you know, I'm a member of the Goalkeepers Union, which might sway my decision. I'm going for Jakub. If I was the goalkeeper today, yeah. And I tell you why, because there's one thing you've got to do, and that is that, you know, I think you've got to own it. And I think the fact that he came out and got it wrong, you got to own that was on you. I think the second one, I think the fact that there was a little bit of uncertainty with how, you know, Ben Nelson dealt with it, I think it does fall on Jakub, sadly. And I tell you what, if it was me in that position, I've got to view it in that way, right? I would make sure that my defence knew that I was reliable and I would own it if I got it wrong, and they'd hear me, and, you know, it would be on me. And I'd actually probably ring out my own defence if, like, they fucked me over, for lack of a better term, right? So, yeah, so no, I'm going to go with Jakub today. But then I think you could also throw, from the attitude side of it, a ham sandwich at every team, every member of the team, unfortunately.
No. You are quite right. Man of the match. I will just say that on the BBC, the player of the match from both teams was Edwards for Queen's Park Rangers, who got 8.35. The lowest score for anybody on the Queen's Park Rangers team was 6.13. The most any of our players got was 4.32. So again, our best wasn't even as good as their worst.
Mm-hmm.
I think I possibly am going to be controversial here. There's a lot of players that let us down today. I can't go for Chowdhury's man of the match. I'm sorry, I think Luke had been up too long. And out of interest, Ayew got 2.33. I am actually going to go for, and I'm in agreement a little bit with everybody else that's been saying, but I'm actually going to go for Mavididi on this occasion, and not Fatadivi or Maviwu. I'm just going to go for the one, and I'm going to go Mavididi because I thought it was one of his better games. And maybe if he hadn't had a donkey in the centre, and I think you said at one point, Tom, that Mavididi was breaking and Ayew was behind him. So what chance has he got when he gets that ball to the byline or in the position to cross when there's no fucker there?
And that's a great point to bring up, Chris, because then you go, what would you do if you were in that position as a person on that pitch? Wouldn't you look at your teammates and get frustrated with them? That is a big fucking problem in this football team.
Yeah. And also, we can't complain about him not passing the ball when he's got nobody to pass it to. But I thought, last game he improved. And look, it's a bad bunch to pick from. But for me, I just think a lot of what we created, he was one of the ones that was doing it. He actually showed some attacking spirit to go forward and have a go. And for the first time in a long time, a lot of stuff came down his side, because normally it goes down the other side with Fatawu. But this time, a lot of it came down his side. So I'm going to go for Mavididi. I know what you're saying, Simon. No, they didn't, and it is like trying to pick the apple with the least number of bugs in it. But we have to do it. It's in the contracts. They have to do this, whether they want to or not. Jim.
Well, first of all, I will somewhat explode your head a little bit, or at least make it grow bigger, because I did have Mavididi in mind. I thought the wingers for a short time was playing well. When I have my lineup here, I'll just put check marks next to them when they do well, and X marks when. That way, I know when I look back.
I love the fact, Jim, that you've got a clipboard.
No, I gotta sit and watch it, then get ready for this. There you go. But it's not color coded. Well, actually, somewhat. Anyway, so the wingers, I thought at one point were playing well. Mavididi, it was a good call out on you as far as that goes. And I don't normally do this just for a goal, but I want to go with Jordan James. And here's the reason why. I think every time he's on the pitch, he plays hard. He plays like we want them to play. And in his short time, because I know Tom said in the watch-along, they probably took him out for fitness. But when he's on there, I watch him up and down the field, and he plays hard. He plays strong. That was a screamer of a goal. Not now. So I'm going to give it to Jordan James, not just, I know it's easy, as Luke said, to give it to the goal scorer, but when he is on the field, he plays hard. So I'll go with Jordan James.
No, I get that. The corner flag, Simon. I remember once I gave it to Edward, and everyone was like, he wasn't even there exactly. He deserves man of the match. Tom.
I love how we did that last season. It got to the point where it was so bad we were just picking players who weren't even in the squad for the laugh of it. And,
I think the coach driver at one point may have got it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we did actually. Yeah, I think we're getting to that point after today. Maybe. I think for me, I'm going to edge it to Skip. I think actually he's probably been the most important player for us. But like has been said by Simon and people in the chat, I think it's hard today because I think that at best it's a 5 or a 6 for an individual performance, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll go with Skip, but Jordan James I really see as well. The problem is that everyone else has got to be on Jordan James's level. But it's no good if only one man's playing like that.
Yeah.
Why did they take Skip out, Tom? Why did they take Skippy out?
I'm guessing legs, mate, maybe, but then we got a week to the next game, so I kind of don't get that one. I mean, I think, Winks is more flary, right? He doesn't do the defensive side of it as well. What happens? We concede.
No,
you're quite right. I mean, I would have said he wanted to bring Winks on maybe to go a bit more attacking.
Yeah.
But then who do you take off, James or Skip?
I wonder if we should go for a 4-4-2 diamond formation.
What I was going to say, let's be a little bit there. Why not have 3 on the pitch?
Exactly. So then you can have Skip in front of Winks and James, right?
Yeah.
And Newcastle.
There you go. That's just me being silly and thinking we could play anything but 4-2-3-1. Just out of interest did I say that out loud? I may have done. Just out of interest on the BBC, and this is where the fans get to vote. Jordan James was first with 4.32. Mavididi was second with 3.51. Skip was third with 3.50. So look, we've all gone for players there that were in the top 3. Believe it or not, just to go to 4th, Thomas was 4th. Newcastle was 5th. I don't know how he got to 5th, but look, just shows the 3 of us, we've, picked players that everybody agrees with. But look, it's in. We have got Alan, who was at the match. We've got his results in, and here is where he goes. He has gone for Jordan James as well. See two people that love each other. Ooh, football friends. And he's got the team performance as 3. So he's been a little bit more generous than the rest of us together. But look, 2, 3, it's the same, isn't it, really? You know. And the only good thing is that for us 3 guys, we didn't have to sit there in the cold watching that game. So Wayne, well done, mate. Well done. I hope you had a good time, Wayne.
Yeah.
I hope you drunk the club dry, which he probably did, knowing Wayne.
They'll probably passed out on the caviar table by now.
More than likely. Right, Jim. Give me your 3 takeaways, and I think I'm going to have a takeaway after this. I think I need.
Well, first of all, just remember the beginning of this post-match. Tom had stepped out to water the plants, and you and I just stared at each other because there was nothing to say. So I think overall we've done a pretty good job of mixing in our frustrations and just and how bad today's match was. So I did grab a couple things. First of all, along those lines, we snatched defeat out of the mouth of victory. We pretty much started off like we were just going to continue the roll from last week. This game took all the excitement out of last week. That midweek victory, all that excitement and positivity was taken away. And for us to be able to
answer the phone, by the way.
I think that would be it.
Ben will get it. Oh, Ben, do your job. Go and answer the phone. Get back where it is.
So no sense of urgency. So the frustration. This was just the ultimate game that we needed to win.
Yeah.
Secondly, the one of the highlights of the first half when JJ scored his goal, there was a certain individual who said, I've got a nosebleed, because he realized that we had made it up to 19th in the table because of that goal. So I thought that was a highlight, a short-lived highlight, but a highlight. Also, Chris, I didn't realize until watching this match, you sold your Wout Fast wig to the player on QPR. Coley, is it? The guy with the... You must have sold that for a good price, because he wore it proudly.
Not saying a word.
Another thing, I'll name this guy Tom the Oracle, okay? Tom the Oracle's great words today. One of them was, as things were falling apart, you said, Tom, this is a shit day at the office. You said, folks, the matrix is broken. The world is doomed. And I thought, wow, these are just very powerful words from our Tom. But right, I mean, that's the way it was going. And then the last bit, your website's name, Leicester Till I Die. My beautiful wife said, Leicester Till I Die, Jim, you guys are going to be dead pretty darn soon, the way it's going. If you're Leicester Till We Die, I don't know how I blew that one, but Leicester Till I Die, you guys are going to be dead soon if this keeps up. So let's not give up. Let's get through it. But otherwise...
Yeah. No, thank you, Jim. I could say, I think Leicester Till I Die, I think I am dead, to be honest with you. Jim and Tom, well, first of all, I think I'm going to give a takeaway as well tonight, because I think we need to coach Tom into some form of emotional training. I think we need to book him up for some emotional training. There was definitely a lack of screaming when we scored. I think you need to work on that, Tom. I am sat here and I nearly screamed. And if you saw me on the watchalong, I actually went like that, because we'd gone 1-0 up and I was trying to stop myself from screaming. And you went, oh, yeah, we've scored.
I've had a rough year in between my two teams, Chris, as Jim knows.
But then when we got to we're conceding goals, we've conceded. I think we need to work. I think we need to sort of check your little buttons in there and get that emotional button looked at.
I did see you do that, Chris, because my feed over here is normally a minute or so ahead of both of yours. Tom was somewhere in between. So when we scored, I had to sit there, and what I'll normally do is watch both of you, whoever's on, just to see how they came. And no, Tom, you didn't squeal like Chris, like a little girl like he normally does. But listen, I understand. And certainly the way that they were putting goals in, I'd have been the same way, Tom. There goes another one. You did a great job. Both of you did a great job.
I'm protecting my mental health. Come on, that we all have to at the moment with this football club.
Can I just say, like I said last week, in my defence, I don't think you'd hear any commentator scream at an NFL game. They'd have the co-commentator nudging them, going, "Wake up! They scored a try. Just wake up!"
No, I don't know. I was screaming at the end of the Jacksonville playoff run like I was with the Toronto Maple Leafs, wasn't I? So yeah, it depends on your taste in sports, ladies and gentlemen.
You, Jim, you know that.
55 minutes before Chris bashed the NFL. I got it right here.
Look, you know, I've tried, and I really tried for you, mate, and I still want to go and see a game if I come over.
October at Wembley. I'll let you know the date. And Tom, by the way, how about them Leafs? They won the other night.
Yeah, but Austin Matthews got written off for the season, didn't he? So, yeah, swings and roundabouts. Yeah, we need to lose every game now. Chris, I'm actually want my other team to lose every game now so we get a better draft picks. What a weird sporting world.
Weird.
I thought the season had finished. I thought you'd had playoffs and everything.
Oh, no, it goes into April. Yeah, we're not going to make the playoffs this year. They've done me a favour. It emotionally ruined me last year in the playoffs. We're not going to make it.
We did the other week when you were saying you were playing the same team about 8 times or something. Or am I making
they play in the fixtures. You play 82 games in the regular season in the NHL, 82. So like not 38 like in the Premier League, or it's 82. So we play a lot of teams multiple times, right?
Okay. Guys, thank you both very, very much for your input. It is much appreciated. I'm going to have to talk about this again all on Monday night. Guys, stay on afterwards. I know Jim always stays on. Tom, if you can as well. And thank everybody that has been in the chat. Really, really do appreciate it. If you are listening via your favourite podcast platform, thank you very much for lending me your ears. Please do all the normal stuff, like the video, share it if you know somebody who's a Leicester fan. Probably, nobody's admitting to that at the moment. So, you a Leicester fan? No. And subscribe if you're new. And if you're on your mobile, when we stop in a few minutes, please remember to hype as well. I'd say it's been a pleasure. Maybe it was for you. I don't think it was for us. Look, we'll go again next week, won't we? Maybe I've got to stop wearing the shirt again. Maybe that's what did it. Have a good Saturday night and have a good weekend, everybody. Good night, all.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.